Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Boga, hey, cozy. Welcome in, everybody. Um, today, we are going to be wrapping up Deno. We're not going to kill Deno. We are going to transition Fresh Spots into a place where people can contribute to it. So, I think the main idea here is, and I think this is something that we should do with some other Coding Garden projects and also Coding Garden projects that we do in in the future. But the idea being, we take the code that we wrote on stream, and we move it into a place where it's easier for people to contribute. Right now, I mean, technically anybody's allowed to open a pull request against this repo, but for the most part, I've been holding off on immediately merging any because all of the stuff I was doing I wanted to show on stream. So, I mean, we're still going to use GitHub. But all I mean is I'm going to do my best to finish up tie off some loose ends, and then we may or may not convert this Trello board into a GitHub projects today, depending on how easy that is. Yeah. And I guess also, I mean, GitHub is nice because most people have a GitHub account, but it could be interesting to use something else like Bitbucket or like our own instance of Git or something like that. I'm not honestly not even going to worry about that. But really, all I mean is we're basically going to pick one or two things that I think need to be done before this is a community project, maybe add a few more tasks, and then anyone that wants to contribute to this app is more than welcome to. And we'll have a bunch of GitHub issues that'll manage all of that. So if you see an issue that you think you want to work on, you can leave a comment that says, hey, I'm working on this. I can provide guidance, and then we will have streams where I do code reviews. So I'll review the code and provide feedback for anybody that does make suggestions or additions to this app. Yeah, and I think that's what I think any stream that has Fresh Spots in it, the main idea is it will be a stream where we're doing specifically pull requests. It's possible that if I run out of things to do, and I can't come up with anything else, every now and then we'll have a stream where maybe we pick a cart or a feature and then work on it. But ultimately, I want to do other things on Friday. So this has been the project we've been working on every Friday for the past 2.5 months. I want to do something else now. So that's why we're doing this. And I think it makes sense because there are some older Coding Garden projects that ultimately have just been archived, have just been forgotten, lost to time. And it would be nice if this can be a model for how we move projects forward going forward. The other thing is, I'm going to do my best, along with help from some of the mods, to go through old Coding Garden repos and actually archive them. If they're no longer in use, or maybe they have like outdated dependencies and stuff like that. I want to do my best to have good, relevant repos on GitHub, and I want people to know if it's older code, because you can saw we did this when I was reviewing PRs a couple of days ago. I found a repo that somebody had made a PR against, and I was like, you know what? This project should have been archived, so we archived it. And there's some other things that need to do that. We are not, the thing is, we are not archiving Fresh Spots. We are embracing the idea of community contribution. And the other thing is, like, there's a lot of people that are new to GitHub, new to collaborating, and this will be a way for people to learn about collaborating, and a way for us to like do code reviews on stream and stuff like that. So yeah. I think we already did. We archive Entropy? If we didn't, we will archive Entropy. We will. Okay, welcome in, everybody. Glad to see you. Let's say hi. Welcome everyone in. Also, I got a new plant, so I think we might do a thing where we name it. This is a pothos. If you've ever seen those plants that have really, really long vines and leaves, this does that. And Razorson, thank you very much for that gift. So the plan is this is going to live down here on my desk, and it will gradually grow, and then there will be lots of vines all over the table. It'll be great. And this little thing is cool. It's like its own little light. So it always has light. What's funny to me though is it's like you're plugging in the plant. Like literally, it has a cord that needs to be plugged into the wall. But if somebody reminds me later, we'll do a poll to try and name this plant. I typically name my plants Charlie, but then I end up with a bunch of plants named Charlie. So we're not going to name it Charlie. Good day, Zico. Welcome in. Let's say hi to everybody, and thanks for the follows. Welcome in, newbies. Glad to see you. What's up, Jim McDonald? I'm doing good. Here we go. Petunia. If you would like me to say hello to you, you can send a message that matches this regular expression. Really, if you just say hi, that's the easiest way. Any variation of these probably won't work. Don't add extra letters. Just say hi, and I'll acknowledge you. Welcome in, Razorson. I'll have to sing you happy birthday, too. What's up, Timon? And hello, Mark. Welcome in. What's up, Stas? Hope you have a good day at work. What's up, Pablo and Vedith and Publip and Fab and Cozy, Mr. T. McGush. What's up, Bacon Partner, and Java Guy, and Oscar, and Wildcard, and Pete, yeah. Oh, no worries, Pete. Yeah, hopefully that was some good relevant info. I realized talking about, like, jQuery, Ajax, and XML HTTP requests is, like, it's a lot more than you asked for. But I think it's interesting to learn about the history of the stuff. What's up, Excavator? Macaroni Pizza Pie, what's up, Alafixit, and Always Punny, and Prashant, and Stotny, and Spock, and Carlos, and Albertina, and Veritatas, and Auka, hello. You're awake early. Well, I guess it's not early, because it's probably your morning. Welcome in, Auka, glad to have you. What's up, The Jive, and Delano, and Jim, and Distant Sense, and Boheaton, and Sequel Gortster. Good almost afternoon. Yeah, it's 4 minutes from noon, so 5 minutes from afternoon. What's up, David? Welcome in. Yeah, let's sing happy birthday to Razorson. Is it anybody else? Stop, Oscar! I'm gonna ban that image. Stop shooting things. Kind of early? Okay. Anybody else's birthday? Say hi in the chat. Hi, Miku. Welcome in. I need to tune my ukulele, though. Okay, that took a while. Yeah, I don't think there's any way for you to. Yeah, there isn't. There's not a way. Well, Jay Linkstorm, thank you so much. Oh, you're too kind. That's awesome. Thank you for the raid. We're about to sing happy birthday. Is it any Raider's birthday? Welcome in. If you're not following Jay Linkstorm, you absolutely should. What were you working on today? Wait, does this tell me? No, that's the next stream. Nice. This will tell me. Better images in Next.js with Cloudinary. Very cool. I've only looked into Cloudinary. I've never used it directly, but it seems fun. But welcome in, Raiders. You've arrived at the Coding Garden, and we're about to sing Happy Birthday to Razorson, and then we're gonna get into transitioning a project into a more of a community project. Test, test. Hello. Hello. It's been a while since I sang happy birthday, so pardon my my voice. Happy birthday to you. Wait, so I sing it in a different key. I have to remember the chords. I remembered it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Razor's son. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to everybody's birthdays in November. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, and birthday cakes in chat for for Razorson and anybody else with a November birthday. Okay. That actually reminds me, we have an idea for a community birthday. Your birthday was in September. Oh, happy birthday, Pablo. I don't think we sang happy birthday at all in the month of September. But we have on our to-do list, we want to create a community birthday calendar so we never forget anyone's birthday. Okay, let's talk about what we're going to do today and introduce all the new people that are here to what we're working on. So Fresh Spots is an app that we've been working on for about 2.5 months. It's built with Deno and Fresh, and the idea for this app is it will allow users to create and share lists of places to visit. You can see all of the past episodes here. This might be missing 1 or 2 episodes because I haven't published it yet, but here they are. But please, Oscar, please stop. Please stop. Please, you're a mod. Come on. This officially, I think this will be episode 18. But what we're going to do today is we're going to finish up a few tasks and then make it so that it's easier for people to contribute to this project if they want to. Because when we started out with this, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what I wanted to do. And then we didn't even know what tech we were going to choose. So we ended up picking Fresh, which is a next-gen web framework that works on top of Deno. And we made all of these decisions before the recent release of NPM compatibility in Deno. This would have made our lives so much easier. This got released like a couple of days ago. But this whole app build has really been an exploration of the Deno ecosystem before they had full support for NPM modules. And so a lot of our time is just spent finding libraries in the Deno ecosystem that would work for what we want to do. But also part of transitioning this project into a community project is there will be tasks that are basically like rip out that dependency that we wrote ourselves and add a more trusted NPM version of that dependency, those kinds of things. But yeah, so this is episode roughly 18, and I can show you the app that we have so far. This is it, Fresh Spots. The web page will show you a randomly generated AI dinosaur map image that people have submitted over on the GitHub repo. And then we have OAuth with Discord. So this is a piece that we'd want to rip out. I actually wrote my own OAuth library. People literally, yeah, I saw people doing it. Like the support with Deno looks actually really good. So it sounds very promising. But OAuth, I wrote a custom library. I mean, it's not that hard. Like if you know the OAuth spec, and also I'm using an OAuth library under the hood for this. But there was no, there wasn't a good OAuth library in the Deno ecosystem when I started this, so I made a library. I'm gonna rip it out and probably add Grant or something like that. But you can log in with Discord, and you can create lists. So let's say I create a list of best. Wait, why did that just happen? Did this page just refresh? That was really weird. I'll just say places to visit in Denver. All the places you should visit when you come to Denver. So, Denver with a capital D. I live in Denver, Colorado. We're going to create this list. Now you're dropped into a map. And you can add places. So let's pick a spot in Denver. I'm going to pick the Museum of Nature and Science, because you definitely should go here if you come to Denver. And honestly, I usually park on this road right here. They also have like a parking lot. We'll put the spot in the parking lot. Denver Museum of Nature and Science. Great museum that is constantly updated and well maintained. Is that something you should say about a museum? It is. I'm a member there, and I frequently get emails about all the new stuff that they're adding. They have dinosaur bones. That's actually really relevant. I'm wearing a dinosaur shirt. We're working with Deno. You can add the spot. That puts it on the map. Great. Where is somewhere else you should go if you come to Denver? Let's take a quick stretch. Oh, and I'll pause for the ads. I looked at the mug because it was like I saw the I didn't. Never mind. Never mind. Some people see an ad for like the next minute or so. For those of you that are seeing an ad, feel free to sub with Prime. You won't see ads if you do that. But yeah, let's just all sit in the background noise that is my air conditioner for the next 60 seconds. Even I can't sit in silence. I was tapping on the table. We all need to just learn to sit in silence. Okay, you should be back now. Let's add another spot. Where did I go recently? It's technically not Denver, but it's called the Stanley Marketplace. It's really cool. It's technically Aurora, but it's like right on the border. Where is it? Yeah, there's Central Park. I think it's somewhere around here. What's up, Mihai Andre? Welcome in. So this is another feature we want to add. Like, we want to be able to search for points of interest, because right now you have to actually directly find the latitude, longitude on the map, which, if you don't know exactly where a place is, can be a little cumbersome. So it'll be a new feature so that you can like search for a point of interest. In the meantime, let's just add Sloan's Lake. It's just a park, but you should definitely come here if you're in Denver. It's a really nice park, big old lake, and so this is downtown over here. From this side of the lake, great view of downtown. Let's see. Can we have satellite view? Well, we can add it as a feature. Sloan's Lake, huge lake with lots of fields to hang out in, close to restaurants, breweries. Is that how you spell brewery? Restaurants and breweries. Add spot. Cool. So the other thing about this is if when you go back to edit the list, it will automatically center around all of the spots that you've added. If you want to edit a spot, you can click on it. That'll bring up the edit form. If you click on it from the left-hand side, that'll also bring up the edit form. You can also change the name or the description, and then the other thing you can do is you can publish it, which makes it so that other people can view it. So now that I've saved this, if anyone else goes to that URL, you'll be able to see the list that I just created. And then you can click around on it. So right now, the features are super basic, but it took us this long to get here because we were using unfamiliar tech, and yeah, Denver's a fun place. It's actually snowing a whole lot right now. I plan on doing an IRL stream over on my my personal account tomorrow, and we're gonna be in the snow, walking in the snow. So it's only visible by link. Exactly, yeah. So we don't have a public profile page yet. But when we do, that's what that other setting was for. So right now, because this is unchecked, if we had a public profile, this list would not show up on the public profile. It's only accessible via the link. But if I check that, when we have a profile page, this link will also show up there. But yeah, I guess we can see, are people actually visiting it? Look at that, 328 request count. Thanks for clicking my link, everybody. Appreciate you. Cool. It's very possible that the map transitions are not smooth. Yeah, it's very possible. So this is another bug that we have where basically, so if you were to go and add yourself, like let's say we add a spot that's way out here. Right now, the transition time between spots is static. It's like 1.5 seconds. So like it's super jarring to bounce between this one and that one. So that's something that we want to fix. Also, apparently we can't delete a spot. I don't know how I didn't implement that, but right now you can't delete a spot. That's another feature that needs to be added. And also, like, I want a button that'll like zoom out and bring all of the spots into view. For now, you just have to go back and forward, and it'll put them into view. There's things that need fixing, which is why we're transitioning this to a community project, because if you want to get some experience working in a code base, you can make those pull requests to add those features. Cool. So that's the app. Somebody asked about no, I don't think we have a delete button for the entire list, but we don't have a delete button for the individual spot. Somebody asked about what maps we're using. So it's a little bit convoluted, but at the core, we're using this library called Leaflet. And so it's an open source library. It's really great because you can put any map tile provider inside of it. So like OpenStreetMap is an example of a tile provider that's free for anyone to use. Doesn't require an API key or anything like that. And this is what your maps will look like if you use OpenStreetMaps tiles. But there are a lot of other tile providers out there in the world. And we specifically are using Mapbox Studio to, and we went into Mapbox Studio and we created a custom tile provider. And that's what we're using in here. So we were able to, we modified an existing dark map theme, and we went in and changed the settings to change the colors to be like the Coding Garden green or the Fresh Spots green and all that stuff. So Leaflet is the library we're using. And then because we're using this framework called Fresh, it's using a library called Preact, which is a fast 3 kilobyte alternative to React with the same modern API. So if you know React, you already know Preact. But there are potentially some compatibility issues if you want to use a React library with React. It's usually possible, but what makes it tricky is the fact that we are using Preact inside of Fresh, which is running inside of Deno. And there are, at least so far, there were certain things that weren't directly supported in Deno yet. Now they actually might be because of the NPM compatibility, but that literally just happened a few days ago. So we're using Preact. Now, in order to use Leaflet with Preact, we could have written a custom component, but we found this library called Preact Leaflet TS, which is essentially a wrapper around Leaflet that gives you Preact components, and it has TypeScript support. So this is what we're using. They don't implement all of the components, but they have the most basic ones. And I think if we wanted to implement more components, we'd probably fork this, add some components, make a PR back. This library hasn't been updated in about a year, but it is possible that if we make a new version of this, add some features to it, it could get merged in. The other aspect about this is it's possible now that there's npm compatibility with Deno, we could find like a Preact leaflet library that has more features, and we could use that instead. But this is what we ended up having to use. Would I choose Preact over React in the future? Honestly, maybe. One of the really cool things I like about Preact is that it has signals. Now, it didn't invent the idea of signals. Solid has been making signals popular, but basically signals are like the provider API, but way easier. So you can create a signal literally anywhere. It doesn't have to be inside of a component. It could be in some other module or some other file, and then you can import that signal into any component, and it stays up to date. So like, it's as easy as this. I mean, you can see in this example, the signal is defined in the same file, but you could define the signal in some other file, import it in, and then you're always going to have the latest value, and you can modify it here. So it's essentially like a way of doing global state with a way better API, much easier to use than the provider and context API. So yeah, signals are really cool. I think they do have a way of adding signals into React. I don't know. The main reason I wouldn't choose Preact is compatibility with other React ecosystem things. So like, outside of the context of Deno and Fresh, it probably is easier to integrate other libraries. Like, they also have a section on using React libraries, and like they have a guide on like using Material UI with Preact and that kind of thing. But that's the one hang up in terms of if you were to choose Preact over React, is if you're depending on certain React ecosystem libraries, you need to make sure that it works with Preact. So I probably will just stick with React, so I don't have to worry about that, because there is a way to use signals in React. Cool, yeah, and then I'll show you Mapbox Studio really quick. Technically it costs money, but they do have a free tier, which is what we're using. But it's in the browser. You can basically choose a base map to modify, and then you can go in and set the color of the text or color of the labels, all of that good stuff. And then that will give you a map tile URL, and that's basically how we're using it with Leaflet. Because you can see Leaflet has this API where you say, add a tile layer, and you specify a URL. With Mapbox, after we've designed our map, we get a hosted URL that we can put in there. You can look at the pricing for Mapbox tiles, though. Yeah, the tile query API, you get 100,000 monthly requests for free, so we're just using the free tier. The other thing you could do with Mapbox Studio is you could actually export all of your tiles, and then, well, I don't know if it's a direct export, but you could basically spin up your own server that is a tile server to host these tiles, and then you wouldn't need Mapbox hosted site for that. You basically self-host your tiles if you want to. I think we might do that eventually, but for now, the site is simple enough, doesn't get enough traffic. We can be on the free tier. Okay, that's the app. Any thoughts, comments, questions before we get into this? Before I decide what we're gonna do next? Could I use Vue with Fresh and Deno? No. So Fresh only works with Preact. Like, if you look at their docs, it's all about Preact. It's possible they might support other things in the future, but there's this other library. It starts with an A. Deno. Oscar can tell me. What's that thing called? Hey, Acodex, welcome in. Aleph. So there's this other framework called Aleph, which does support Vue and Svelte and React and all the frameworks, and this is a framework for Deno. I didn't know this existed when we started using Fresh. Also, Fresh is from the core team, the Deno core team. I think Aleph, it's not necessarily from the core team. So, yeah, but if we wanted to use something like Vue, we could choose this. I don't know, it's tricky to talk about just because for the longest time, like, doing things in the Deno ecosystem, like, wasn't as straightforward as it should be today because of the support that they have. So no, I didn't try that, but I saw that link you sent, Oscar. Yeah, it's possible to generate a Vite view app using the Deno CLI, and then just run it through Deno. It's kind of amazing. Yeah. You just wrote your first Vue component. Nice, nice, nice. Cool. All right. If no one else has any other questions or thoughts or comments, I will take a moment to collect my thoughts because I don't know what we're gonna do here. Do we have a feature for delete? We might. That's insane. You don't even have a feature for delete a spot. Okay, we're gonna add a feature card here. As a list editor, I want to delete a spot from a list. Great. Feature. Cool. Cool. I guess the other thing is I want to use GitHub issues because that'll make it easier for people to see like what needs to be done. And then also we can prioritize it on the issues and add labels like good first issue and stuff like that. Does anyone know an easy way to take a Trello board and pull it into a GitHub project or GitHub issues? I guess I could just do it. I mean, I think I did a little bit of research and I saw people had written like a Python script to do it. I don't know if there's a more seamless way of doing it. Let me just take some notes for myself for like what I want to accomplish today, because I'm also like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'll run that really quick. I think this is the one that I found, Dead English. Thank you for the link. Oh no, this is a different one. Oh, it's node based. Oh, very good. Install node on your system. Install the command. Well, I'll just run it locally. Your board ID.json. I didn't know you could do that. Wow, that's cool. Create a map file to map lists and labels. Run that. Get a token, then run the script. We'll probably use this. That seems fine. Seems fine. Hire somebody to do it. No, but yeah, I will do this really quick, Oscar, just to show people that Deno is on its way. Deno is on its way. So quick aside. Deno can do lots of cool things. Let's do a Deno upgrade though, because the version 1.28 added all of the stable support for NPM modules, and then now, if I run this, create Vite extra, downloads dependencies, give it a project name, Vite. Wait. Vite with Vue on Deno. I don't even think that's a hot take, Pablo. Like, Deno's been around for much longer than Bun. It's much more mature than Bun, and they've really set themselves up to be the replacement for Node. I mean, a competition is good. Don't get me wrong, but Deno has been around for a lot longer. We are gonna do Deno Vue. Wow. Yeah, that's how I remember to pronounce Deno right. It's like Dino the dinosaur from the Flintstones. Exactly. Yeah. So Deno comes from the same person, Ryan Dahl, that made Node.js. Is it running? What's happening? What command did I run? I ran Deno run npm create Vite extra. So create Vite extra is a CLI tool that I think has like built-in support for Deno and some other stuff. There we go. honestly, it took longer to spin up than like a Node app, but we got ourselves a Deno inside of a Vue app. The NPX of Deno, I'm guessing it's Deno run, and then you specify a package name. But this is, I mean, this is cool. This is very cool. I think one thing I'll show you is that, well, not that. One thing I'll show you is that Deno, one of the things that people actually don't like about Deno is the fact that it embraces web standards and makes you do modules in. I guess it's not a good example with this because it has .view on there. Let's see if we can see an example in here. Sure. Wait a second. There's no npm in front of there. Is that because we have ourselves like an import map? Deno doesn't like this. Super interesting. Okay, so like it runs, and actually I probably need to I need to update my Deno extension if it's not updated, or like reinstall it, just to make sure that it has all the latest Deno features and like it knows to look in the node modules folder. Maybe not, but I'm this is completely unrelated to what we're working on, so I'm not even going to worry about it. Let's make ourselves a new to-do file. Well, so Deno can't find the dependency, and so like in a regular Deno app, you would need an import map if you're just using the bare like word view. And then it's possible that it needs to put npm in front of that, like npm : view. But the fact that this is all running through Vite, which is running through Node, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so things I want to get done today. We need ourselves a GitHub project. That'll probably be the first thing that we work on. We need to port Trello issues to GitHub projects. Now, many of you told me I shouldn't have used Trello to begin with, and you're right. You're right. I should have used GitHub projects to begin with, but we're gonna port it to GitHub projects today. What else? I think if we look at the Trello board, there might be like one or two things we... Actually, I want to make sure that I create a like local setup, getting started. Doc. What's up, King Rapula? Welcome in. So that way, if someone else wants to pull this project down, they know exactly what they need to do to get up and going. We might also create a... architecture diagram of sorts. Like basically like the code base is like somewhat complex. Like, I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff. Actually want the app folder. Oh, I already sang happy birthday. Did you miss it? Is it your birthday, Valk? But I would say like this is like a medium-sized app. So there's a lot of code, and I kind of want to write a document that just describes what each of these folders are and like where stuff goes. Yeah, for linting, yeah, I think you're totally right. So a GitHub CI for linting and formatting. And then also, like, we need some tests, because, like, it's going to be really hard for people to know that they didn't break something. I'm not going to write tests today, but that will be something we want on the project board, and something that's the highest priority. Write some tests is all I'm going to put here. There's a lot of refactoring that needs to be done, and before we can do that, we're going to need some tests. Yeah, so the database, yeah, that'll be a part of the create an architecture diagram for the code architecture. And then the architecture diagram for the deployment is super easy because it's on Deno deploy, and then the database is on Railway. But yeah, Railway is how we're hosting the database. Right now we're still on the free tier. You can see that I have 96 hours left, but it is super easy to just create a database on here that gives you the connection info. Yeah. PR preview deploy. That would be good to set up. I don't know if I'll get that set up today, but that would be great, right? So when somebody opens a PR, it's a new Deno deploy that has those changes, so it's really easy to inspect the deployed version. But yeah, so we're using Railway for the database, and then for the deploy, we're using Deno deploy, which is super easy. Oh, thank you, Shivas. Thank you for that gift. Oh, and congrats to Judge JLo. And welcome in. Glad to see you. You seem like you've been busy lately or working on other things. I'm glad you could stop by. But yeah, here's the project here. It's super easy. You just hook it up to a GitHub repo. Anytime you push to that repo, it'll automatically redeploy. And I do believe it uses edge functions, but you don't even have to know what that is to use Deno deploy. Does it support a Docker container? I don't think so. No, I think, where can we learn more about Deno deploy? Zero config, extremely busy. Well, thank you for dropping in. And hopefully things get less busy for you. A distributed system that runs JavaScript, TypeScript, and WebAssembly at the edge. Look at us, we're on the edge. So that's basically. I think you can send Node apps here. I don't think they even have to be Deno apps. Pretty sure. But regardless, all I had to do was because I'm in the Deno ecosystem, all I had to do was point this at the GitHub repo, point it at my main entry point, and it was able to do it out all good. Yeah, the artists that they've hired for Deno is really great. I like it. I like their branding for sure. It's very playful. Okay. This seems like a good to do. Let's get started. I'm just going to create a GitHub project. I personally have only used GitHub projects like once before. So we'll see. We'll see. Let's get into it. All right. I want a board. That's what I'm used to. Like to do, doing, and done. What's up, Abetta? Is that the resident sleeper emo? Are you saying that this is boring? Oh no, this is Craigasm. Okay. What's the resident sleeper one? Oh, it's this one. Okay, that's different. Okay, cool. Backlog ready in progress. To do, doing, yeah, we're just gonna do a board. To do, in progress, done. Beautiful. Rename it to fresh spots. Great. That's it. I think at this point I can try to use their migration tool. Let's see. This was last updated in 2019. Does it still work? Not creating lists when Trello list is empty. Well, that's unfortunate because we have empty lists here. I'm actually going to delete that list, so it's just backlog, or I mean, really, we can call this to do, doing, and done. The second issue, I don't know which one you're talking about. But I think as long as we do that, then the list isn't empty, and then we can like move them around. Oh, as a user, I see. They wrote it in the. This is what you're talking about. I want to see a web preview of the import before importing. Okay. GitHub Trello two-way sync. Let's check it out. Unito. This is cool. Is it free? Like, we could try it. I mean, let's see their website. 100 items in sync cost $10 a month. Okay. I only hesitate to use this because it hasn't been updated in 4 years, which means we could run into issues trying to use this. So let's just, I'm gonna put a 10-minute timer up, and we're gonna spend 10 minutes, roughly 11 minutes, looking for any other open source projects where people have imported or exported a Trello board to GitHub. I guess the other thing is, like, is there a setting to just print and export as JSON? Cool. And then we can see cards. Cool. We might just write our own script to do this, because the GitHub API is pretty easy to use. So we've got lists. Cool. Okay, so it's good to know that you can literally get an entire Trello board as JSON data. But let's see what people have done. So I'm going to search GitHub for Trello export GitHub. Does it? Raise your sun. Okay, shield your eyes. It's going to get really bright for a second. Where's the dark mode? I guess we could write it with Deno, huh? Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. I guess it's in settings. Oh, dark. Well, I mean, it's kind of dark. Yeah. Thank you for this, Timon. We'll take a look. And what's up, Farshid? I'm doing good. Okay. This one was updated 3 years ago. How hard could it be, really, to write the code ourselves? Okay, I'm going to use this 9 minutes to look into the GitHub API. I mean, that's how every bad decision starts. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm already hesitant, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to look at the GitHub API, because this is what we need to do. We need to have code that creates an issue on GitHub. That's all we need to do, because, yeah, and then we'll just iterate over these issues, write code that just puts them in the to-do column, and then we're done. And then, or do it manually. The thing is, how many things do we have? We've got 42 cards. I don't want to do that manually on stream, anyways. It would be cool to have, like, it would be cool to write a script. This is the coding garden. I like to write code. All right. Issues. Create an issue. So in order to create an issue, you have the owner, coding garden, the repo, fresh spots. You make a post request with a title and a body. And you can give it labels too. So that's great. To the manual garden. We don't need create an issue? What do we need? I thought that's what we would do. I mean, I don't think we have to integrate with the project's endpoints if they have that. Because I think once the issues are created, they just appear on the... just add an item? What do you mean by that? It was my understanding that these work by issue. So like if I go to... oh, it's... I see. So they're items under a project. Or cards? Create a project card? Link me, Oscar. In the project, there's an add item button. I see. And then the items are linked to the issues. Yeah, that's my thought though. Is that's why I wanted to use issues, and then those issues are just accessible from the board. Is that not a thing? I see what you're saying, Oscar, but I do want it to be an issue because we can add labels and everything else. I guess that's the main issue is so we need to create the issues and then we need to add those issues to the project. So it's like a two-part process. Is that accurate? Because if we look at the GitHub API, run once to create issues, run it again to reference in the cards. Yeah, that's what I thought. So create a project card. And then how do we link a project card to an existing issue? Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of issues. It's a good call, Pete. So yeah, it's a multi-step process. I mean, we have 4 minutes to decide if we're going to do this or not. Update an existing project card. How do I link an issue to a card? I have to link the... Okay, let's see. Settings. Is it the settings here? Projects. Oh, it says private. I don't want this to be private. There it is. I kept scrolling past it. Public. All right. Project is now public. And it is linked to the GitHub repo? How do I link it to the repo? Isn't it already linked? And then what are custom fields? Okay, I mean, it looks like they're linked. I would assume, though, that it would automatically, like, show me the issues, right? Okay, so I don't think I need custom fields. That's just like extra metadata about each card. Go to an issue and look to the right. Unsub, unfollow. Wait, what? Calm down, Simplejack. No spamming, please. Issues. Homepage design proposal. Projects. So this actually will probably just be a part of the request to issues. Like, is there a project property when creating an issue? Title, assignee, milestone, labels. Click status on the issues. To do. Okay. Cool. So now one's the marked as to do. But is there a way to do it from the GitHub API? Maybe it's the GraphQL API. Because that is different from their REST API. Reference. Queries. Issues. Public schema. I don't want to download. Just give me a visual schema. Do I actually have to plug this into like a graphical instance? I guess I can technically use Insomnia for this, can I? Crowdsource adding the issues, but then I want it to all be under the created by the like my account or like a bot account. Our time is up. I think we're gonna do it. I think we can write this code in under an hour, and even less than that. But I'm gonna be conservative and say less than an hour. The first one allows you to associate an issue to a project card. The second one allows you to move a card. No, I like this. I like this. This will be a nice little coding challenge. We'll do it in no time. Okay, here we go, and we'll make it open source too. Let me get set up. Will we do it with Deno though? We're not gonna use Deno. I'm just gonna use. Well, I guess if I use Deno, I could use like Axios inside of Deno. Please. So here's the thing: if we use Deno, it could take longer because we could run into issues that are like Deno specific. Like I know I could do this with Node and Axios, like very simply. Okay. I'm gonna make a directory called Trello GitHub sync. You spawn. Nope. We'll do our best to use. I mean, this is a Deno stream, so we'll try to use Deno, especially with the all the new stuff. And here we go. We're gonna set ourselves a 1 hour timer. In 1 hour time, we will be done with this sync. Basically, I know we could have done it manually, but we're gonna make it so that all of these issues get moved to GitHub. That's the plan. All right, here we go. Here we go. So for a Deno project, do I need 1 hour to code something versus adding 42 issues manually? Yes. And the other aspect of this is if anybody else wants to use it, they will be able to. Now, what goes in my Deno.json? This? It'll be a CLI thing. Yeah, but just run it from the command line. So I have a task called sync. Well, not even sync. We'll call it export because I don't want to confuse people. Like, this isn't going to be written to keep it in sync. It's a one-time export. So let me rename it. Have it on Deno deploy where you put in... Oh man, see that will take me more than an hour, right? Because if you're making it a service that runs in the cloud, that would take me more than an hour. The way that I am thinking about this is GitHub provides a REST API. We can make API requests. Trello provides a REST API. I can get all of the issues as JSON. We can now combine those two things to make it happen. Yeah, once you start having like a web page where people can put in a token and you have it running in the cloud, like that complicates it. So yeah, it's going to be a CLI for now. We could take this code and then turn it into a web service eventually. All right. Cool. Deno.json, we're going to have a task called export that just runs it. We're going to create a folder called src, and inside of that, I'm going to put a file called index.ts. Good to go. Now, I want to import Axios from npm Axios. We're going to test this out, and then we'll have a function just called export, and then when this file is run, it literally just runs that export command. Export is a reserved word, so we'll say export to GitHub. And we'll invoke the function. Good to go. We're going to need some environment variables. So if we look on Deno land in the standard library, there is a module. There is a module called .env, and this is what we want. So, because we're going to have some environment variables. Top level await. Oh, good call. Good call. And Clarkia, thank you very much for the 29 months. Appreciate you. All right, so we're going to use the latest version of this, which is... here's the thing. Deno updated their Deno land, and now it's so hard for me to find modules, right? It used to all be embedded. Like, I used to be able to just click on standard library. I could see them, and I could very easily figure out how to add them. It's not the same anymore, but this is what I need to do. So I want... I'm pulling in .env from the Deno standard library. They give us this config function, and then... in their documentation, it says we just await config. Like this. So that'll read in our .env. Let's test it. We'll create a .env that will have GitHub token. And then right after this, if we log Deno, okay, I need to enable Deno in this setting. Deno, I need like a project settings. Do I want to create an import map? I guess I will. So the import map will map things like .env to its given URL. So this is you could think of this like your package.json, but import map is actually a web standard, so web browsers support import maps as well. But now .env maps to that, like that. And then we have imports are here, like that. Cool. And then in our Deno.json, we also need the import map. But before I move do any more, I need to. This project needs to be enabled to use Deno. So if I do open workspace settings and something like Deno, how do I enable Deno? Oh, Deno init would have done it? Well, why didn't I do that to begin with? Deno init, initialize workspace configuration. Well, I'd have to get rid of the broken one. It didn't update my settings.json. Let's delete that. Initialize workspace configuration. What's the issue? It's from the import map, but I mean, I needed to add this to the import map here. Import map.json. Like this. Okay. Deno. I'm just going to copy from the other project. Like the right way to do this would have been to run Deno init, but I did not do that. So we're going to look at my Fresh Spots project and just see how I have it set up there. 1 hour. This is why. Like I am not. Deno isn't my, like, even though I've been using it for the past 2.5 months, we specifically have been using a Fresh project. And that had a bunch of stuff set up already for us. Is it just settings.json? Yeah, okay. Cool. We don't care about this. We want to lint it. Disable that. Do that. Okay. Save that. Great. I'm going to reload this window just to make sure. And we should be good to go. Yeah, I guess technically we do want the suggestions. Extensions to, yeah, so this, when someone else brings the project down, it'll suggest that they use the Deno extension. Now, all of that, so I can do deno.env, and I'm looking for GitHub token. Then why is this complaining? Expression is not callable. Deno.env.get. Here we go. All right. Now, if I run Deno task export, it's going to install the dependencies I need. It wants access to my .env. So if you're newer to Deno, this is the cool thing about it, is it literally prevented this script from reading this file. I'm okay with reading this file because it needs to run. So we'll just do yes. Yes. So in order to not have to do this again, in my deno.json, I can add this here. So I do deno allow env. I think the other one was allow read. Undefined. Great. Great. Do these need to be after the run? Yeah, there we go. So it's not working. I need to go look at the .env documentation to make sure that I'm doing this piece right. I remember we had issues with this. Oh, I think I need like export true or something like that. Safe true. Yeah, export is true. So that will, so by doing export true, that makes any of the imported variables accessible in the current run. So there we go. We got the token. We got Deno set up. That only took us 10 minutes, but that's fine. 10-minute project setup is not horrible. Okay, so we've got Axios. We're going to make some HTTP requests now. I am going to create a function called export just so I can keep everything fairly organized like this. First of all, we need to get the Trello board as JSON. So we'll have a function called get Trello board. Takes in a string, which is the ID, and then this will be async. So we will do Axios.get this, but we want to pass in the ID. We'll make this a template string. And we'll say the data is awaiting this. Cool. And then we'll just return the data. Now, we're not doing any error handling. We're going to assume that, like, so if this throws an exception, then that's going to actually kill it here. So here, if we say Trello board equals await get Trello board, and then pass in the Trello ID. And we're going to take in Trello ID. That is a string. Make this an async function. And then here we'll just log the Trello board. Cool. I want to take in command line arguments because now on the command line, I'll pass in the Trello board ID, and then that should log out the data there. Axios just has a nice API. Watch the stream I did yesterday where I talk about the Axios API. I don't think there's anything like it in Deno. It has fetch, but again, fetch requires a lot more for. I'd have to parse the response. It doesn't automatically do throw an exception if the error code is not success. So Axios is nice for that, all of that. I'm gonna look at our other project to see how I pulled in command line arguments, because we created a migrate task in our old app. And for that, we used command line flags. Standard flag. Oh, so command line flags come from the standard library. So if we look at how we were doing this, or is it in dependencies? Nice. Glad to hear it. So there's a Deno standard library that allows us to read in command line arguments. So if we go to our import map, we're going to add flags here. Cool. So that gives us flags. And now we'll import flags from flags. And then when the app starts up, we will read them in. How did we do that over here? Again, I could look at the docs, but I've done it before, so I'm just going to copy my code from here. So parse deno.args, the ones that we're looking for. Call this args. Flags.parse deno.args. We want string for Trello ID, like this. And then here we could do args.Trello ID. like this. All right. I am going to go look at the docs for flags in the standard library because I want to see if there's a way of like making it required. Let's see. Glad to hear it, Broham. I like Vue a lot. I really do. String. Doesn't look like there's a way to make it mandatory, but we can just throw an exception here. So if args dot Trello ID is not defined, throw a new exception, do a new error. Trello ID must be defined. Cool. Cool. All right. So now, not that. Deno task export Trello ID is ABC123. Throw error versus throw new error. Oh, well, this creates an error object. That's how I've always done it. Also, I'm not going to do ABC123. We're going to pass in this Trello ID like that. So if I did this correctly, which I didn't, then we would be able to see the data on the console. But we're just going to bring in, we'll call this flags parse. So import parse as flags parse from flags. Here we go. This is the other thing, is we need to give it network access because now it's trying to make an HTTP request. So we will do that in here. Moment of truth. Nice. So step 1 is done. We made the request to the Trello API. We got all of its data. Now, first try. So now that we've got the Trello data, we need to call the GitHub API, and for that we're going to need a token of sorts. But let's just write ourselves some comments here. So the first thing is create issues on GitHub project. And then for each issue, create a card on the GitHub project, and then assign card to column on GitHub project. I guess the other thing we should do first is create labels on GitHub project. So let's do that first. Let's look at the GitHub API and find if there's a labels endpoint. What's up, Crafty Becky? Welcome in. Did you change your image? That's cool. I like it. I missed it. I mean, this is labels that can be created for a given issue, or labels attached to a given issue. I don't know if there's a way to create. Is this going to be under like repo? I can search the docs. Create label. Oh, it's under the, so issues labels. Delete a label, update a label, create a label. Cool. Yeah, this is the one we want. So we're going to be making a request to the GitHub API, repos, owner, repo, and then labels. Post request will create the label. So let's go ahead and create the labels, because on Trello we can see we have labels, and then we have like tech debt, purple, chore, feature, UX, bug, accessibility, and then just a blank one that's orange. Is that assigned to anything? And RPATs, thank you very much for that, Prime. Appreciate you. Take Bezos money. We're not even using the orange one, so I'll only create the labels if they have, well, honestly, what we probably should do is go into the label settings, and then just give it a name. Other. So we'll call that one other. Cool. Now, the other issue, though, is that we don't have hexadecimal colors. We just have color names. And I don't think the GitHub API is going to accept that. But let's get going. So first of all, I want to create a GitHub API client with Axios. That's another reason I like Axios over Fetch. So I can do something like GitHub client. And that's going to be axios.create. And I can pass in the base URL. And then I can also pass in, I think I can pass in, yeah, like default headers. So like authorization, something like bearer. And then we can pass in our GitHub token. So Deno env.get GitHub token. And so this will give us a client that already has this header set for every request and then is always against that base URL. So what is the base URL for the REST API? Getting started. Let's find it. Also, we need to put this header on every request, this accept header. Cool. So, npm integration. Oh no! In this case, the only npm stuff we're using is Axios. It seems to work just fine. We were able to make a request against the Trello API, which is good. I wish they would tell me the URL. Here it is. api.github.com. And this is our base URL. So if I then, right here, if I want to create these labels, honestly, let's get ourselves some TypeScript types. So I'm going to grab this raw JSON data here. And then I'm going to create a folder called interfaces. And then inside of that, I'll create a file called Trello. And then I have an extension called paste as types. The root type I'm going to call board, because this is a Trello board. And there we go. So it went through that JSON and it gave us like TypeScript definitions for everything. So that's good. And then now I can use that type over here with Axios. So get Trello board will get back a type of board like this, and then that imports it from my interfaces. But now we should get type completion, because if I say Trello board dot, this is what we want, because I want labels, and so I can say labels for each label, and not really for each. We're going to want to do a promise all, so we're going to map it. Look, if we're anytime I say we're doing something that other people can work on or the other people can use, it makes sense to use TypeScript. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to await a promise.all. Okay, here's the other thing to consider. What is the rate limiting for the GitHub API? Because if we try to create all of these labels all at once, that could create an issue. So we potentially don't want to do a promise.all. I'm really bad at finding things in the docs. GitHub API rate limit. The extension is, I think it's literally called paste as code. It's by type of code. Quicktype.io. You'll be able to find it. Yep. Get rate limit status for the... Okay, so to not even worry about the rate limit, we're going to do one request at a time. I accidentally just closed VS Code, but that's okay. But we're going to do one request at a time, as to not trigger any rate limiting. And to do that, we're going to get fancy with it. So I'm actually going to reduce this array into an array of promises, or into a promise. So this is that. So for every label, we're going to make this an async function. We're going to await the previous promise. This whole reducer will start off with a promise resolve. So this is our accumulator. It starts off as an already resolved promise. So the first await just will await a resolved promise and immediately do the thing. Then we make a request to the GitHub API. So we say GitHub client dot post, and we want to make a post against the repo name, or repo owner slash repo name slash issues. I'll have to confirm that. But we await this, and then before doing this, we want to wait, let's say 1 second. So between each creation of each label, I'm going to wait 1 second. I think I just like creating work for myself, Codex, but yeah. GitHub will give you a response header with the current usage. Yeah, I'm not even going to code that much. We're going to code it in a way where we won't hit those limits. So I want to await a new promise. Well, actually, I'll create a utility function called sleep. Sleep is very simple. Takes in the number of milliseconds, and then just returns a new promise that will resolve in that number of milliseconds. So set timeout to resolve in that number of milliseconds. So now we're going to sleep for 1 second in between creating labels. Now we make the post request against the issues. So if we go to issues, create an issue. Oh, no, not create a label. Labels, create a label. We can get the documentation, which is API slash repos. I guess it's just an app. Slash owner, repo, and then labels. And then we need to pass in some data right here, which includes the name of the label, and that's going to come from label.name. And then we can pass in a color. And do I add a dependency for this? A dependency that converts a color name into a hexadecimal? Because I don't think I can pass in like the string red. It has to be hexadecimal. And then we don't have a description. I guess technically color is not required. But now we need these variables, repo name and owner name. And I'm going to pull these in as arguments here. So it'll give it a random color. I think since we're messing around with NPM dependencies, I'm pretty sure there's an NPM dependency that converts a color name to a hex code. So we'll just use that. So I have the repo owner, which is a string. We have the repo name, which is a string. And then we will pull these in as args as well. So repo name, repo owner. Honestly, I'm going to put this in a variable called arg names, so I can be a bit more dynamic about checking for them, because all of them are required. So we're just going to loop over the arg names. Okay, I'm doing a for loop over an array of strings. Do I want for of or for in? It's for of. For of? Okay. Thank you, Rody. Why is this complaining? Because I need the object. So if args has that arg name, and then when we invoke this function, we pass in args.trello ID. We pass in args.repo name, and we have args.repo owner. In that order? Repo owner, repo name. Repo owner, repo name. Why is this complaining? String or undefined? Well, well, the issue is if I for each, throwing an error won't crash the process, right? That's the main reason I used for of, because I want this to actually crash the process. So for instance, if I try running this now, it crashes and say repo name must be defined. That's what I want. Okay, so we run this with repo name fresh spots, and then it should say repo owner must be defined. Now we also want to pass in repo owner coding garden, like that, and then that should actually run the code. Oh, I don't want to catch the error. I want to literally crash the process. Like, I don't want the process to continue unless those arguments are defined. That's what I want. Yeah. No, because if I catch it, then this function will still run. Yeah. Okay. Let's find a library on npm that converts color name to hex. It will crash in a for each? I'm curious. I just thought that because the function what? I thought because this is inside of a function, like that function throws an exception, but let's see. Errors bubble up? That would make sense, but I just want to confirm. Yeah, you're totally right. Okay. This I like better than the for of. Same issue, repo owner must be defined. Cool, thank you, Codex. Look at the link you sent for the color names. Oh, cool. You literally did this, Pablo. This is you. Is this oh, it's a web app. I see. I want to install an npm dependency though. I don't necessarily want to like copy your JSON file. This is really what I want. I mean, this library has 1.4 million weekly downloads, and it takes a name and converts it to hex. Now, in the real world, I probably wouldn't install a dependency for this. But, yeah, it's 7 years old. I'm curious. I'm just going to look at their code, see what they do. Man, they search through an array. Why wouldn't they use an object? They literally search through an array. They should have an object where like the keys are the color name and the values are the hex. Oh well, we're gonna use this library. It's a 7-year-old library, but this will be a testament to to using npm packages inside of Deno. So we're gonna import hex. Whoa! What did I just press? import color names from npm color names like this. Back when there were no such thing as objects. So the default export is 2 hex. I'm gonna call this color 2 hex. Let's see if this works. If we just do, I guess also, what dependencies is this thing? Okay, 0 dependencies, great. Great. I mean, it's 7 years old. I would expect it to, but let's try it out. We're just gonna log this. Ah, it works. It works. Nice. Nice. So, what that means is right here, when we make the request, we're going to pass that color into color to hex. Beautiful. So, if I did this right, this will... Let me make sure I passed it in the right order. Honestly, I'm going to pass this in as an object, because I don't want to accidentally pass the arguments in the wrong order. So I'm passing in an object that has these properties. Like this. And then I need to update the function to take in that object. Remove line 64. Well, now it's going to complain because I'm passing in an object. But now this... well, cool. So, this syntax, basically, I'm defining a type in line. Instead of extracting this to a separate interface, this is the interface, and then this is destructuring, which gives me those values. Now, this complains because it's like, hey, you said it was going to be a string. We already know that the strings are not undefined, so this is actually why I did the TS ignore. We have to do it for every single one. Can I do like that? Yeah. There we go. So we're telling TypeScript we know that that thing is not going to be undefined. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good question, Pure Lol, but the npm has taken care of that issue. So if a package is deleted, it can only be removed from npm if it doesn't have a certain number of dependencies, and it hasn't been published for a certain amount of time. So yeah, they've taken care of that issue of like if somebody decides to unpublish color names, my app won't break because it'll use the existing version that's published. And I don't know if you can even take a name down. Like if you do, then the next person that publishes like can't overwrite your version numbers or something like that. But yeah, they've thought about all that. Yeah, so you have 24 hours to unpublish. After that, you can't unpublish to prevent those kinds of issues. And if you get any dependencies within those 24 hours, then you can't unpublish either. Okay, so create the labels. This is just gonna work first try. Honestly, it would be good to just run this. Maybe we add a little bit of logging here that says like creating label. And then we just do label.name. Yeah. We could vote on... Okay, so I guess we'll keep it more interesting if I can't run the code until I've finished writing everything. That would be really... Wouldn't that be really satisfying if we wrote the code, we ran it once, and it was done? Is that going to happen, though? There's bound to be some error we make. Okay, I'm not going to run it. We're not going to run until I have all of the code written. So create the labels. However, at this point, we want the we need a map of like old labels to new labels, because if we look at the GitHub API for creating an issue, labels is an array. I guess we can use the text. I mean, you're seeing me do it right here, Pixel. I'm literally writing the code. Without deleting. Okay, thank you for that, Bladbeat. You all are helping me out in this, because if we ran into that, that would have given us an error. Create a label without deleting hash. And we did see that it includes the hash. Great. Like that. So remove the hash from it. Okay. When we're creating an issue, it says we can just pass in the name of a label. I mean, in their example, they're literally just passing in the text. So I think it automatically maps based on the text. So, yeah. What's my opinion on PHP? Is it still worth learning? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I get that, Pixel. Like, are we sure that it worked? But I think it did. Okay, so this creates the labels, and it's going to work on the first try. That's how substring works, right? I'm pretty sure. Let's test this out. My answer to should you learn PHP, like, why not? Like, if you like the company, or if you're really strapped for cash, learn it. Yeah, I don't see any reason why not. It's not like you're not going to end your developer as a career for using PHP because certain people don't like PHP. I guess the consideration you might make is like, well, if I'm learning PHP, then am I limiting my options in the future? I don't think so. Yeah. Run my code one piece at a time. I guess that's kind of what I was making sure that substring works. All right, now I need a GitHub token. I need a GitHub token. Let me figure out how to get that. Settings. Developer settings. Personal access tokens. Fine-grained tokens. Need an API token for scripts or testing? Generate a personal access token. I need to send myself an SMS. Yeah. Create your own opinions about PHP. And the thing is, like, modern PHP is just as good as Node.js and JavaScript, if not better. If not better. Like, Laravel is really big in the PHP world, and you could argue that, like, Laravel, the way of doing things in Laravel is more maintainable than, like, plain old Express and Node.js. So, yeah. Okay, we're going to call this Trello import. Yeah. Tech stack refusal? No, I don't think I answered that one, Codex. So when I'm creating a GitHub token, I can't choose an organization. guess I'll just create a general token. I don't think I can. I mean, there might be a way through the API, but from the settings menu on GitHub, it didn't let me select the organization. I can only select my personal account. Full control of projects? Is that a thing? And let me try it. If I go to the organization settings. Wow. I had no idea. That's really cool. Well, it says it's in beta. Oh, so I enroll the organization. Now that I've enrolled the organization, I think in my user settings, I should have access to it. Yeah, cool. It's good to know. I know I'm not showing my screen right now. I don't want to leak anything, but if you go to the organization, you enable personal access tokens, then in the personal user settings, you can now choose that that repository. Repository for permissions. Issues, read and write. Yeah, that's what I'm working on right now, Oscar. I'm just making sure that I'm adding all the right permissions. Is projects on here? That might be an issue. Projects doesn't have an option on here. Oh well, I'm just gonna go with this number of issues right now, and see what happens. Oh, here we go. Here's projects. Nice. So I have myself a token. I'm going to put it in my environment variables. Like that. And we'll do our best. Do our best to use that token. Let me just double check in the GitHub. Well, never mind. It shows me in the documentation. Okay, I can show this now. So I have a token. It's in my .env. The next thing we're going to be working on is creating issues. We need to make sure that we have this accept header in our Axios client, which we do. The VND GitHub plus JSON, and then authorization bearer, and then our token. So authorization bearer, and then GitHub token, which is in our .env file. Cool. Now we make the request against here, repos, owners, issues. So for each issue, we kind of want to do a similar thing. So I'm going to copy paste this. So this is going to be Trello board dot cards. We're going to reduce that. We're going to get each individual card. And we'll say creating issue card dot name. And then we want to make the post request against issues. That / issues. And then the data we need to send that is required is title. So title is card.name. Body will be card.disk. I'll have to go look at the data to make sure I get these properties right. Labels be card.labels, which is an array. So I need to go look at the data from Trello. So if we look at an individual card, the name property is what we want. So as a potential user, etc. The DEC is the description. That's fine. And then I guess we also want comments potentially. Like, for example, this one has a comment. Number 36. If we look at number 36, it has comment? They're not in here. We've got members, checklist. This is the extension built into Firefox. What is the comment I have here? Need a share / copy clipboard button. Let's see if that's in here anywhere. Actions. Oh, there are a lot of actions. Oh man. Okay. What do these actions mean? Data, card, member creator. Oh, this is the actions of moving from like one list to the other. And then I'm guessing when somebody makes a comment, it adds an action that the comment happens. So this is index 20 in here. I'm going to potentially not use this. Not use the actions. Yeah, I don't know, Oscar. So, card is this one. Text is need a share, copy clipboard button. And then do we have like the action name? Like what is it? The type is comment card. So we could search search actions for all type comment card where the data card ID is the card that we're creating right now. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so we want to create the description. and that's going to be Trello board dot actions dot reduce. And this is going to be, we're going to reduce it to the full description. We get each individual action, and starts off as the empty string. And if the action dot data dot card dot ID is equal to this card's ID, then this is an action that was specifically formed on this card. Otherwise, we just return the existing description. But if this is the case, if this action was performed on this card, and the action dot type is equal to comment card, then we'll say description plus equals the action.data.text. With a new line. And the description will start off as card.description, and then we're going to append to it all of the comments, if there were any, to the description. And we'll put a new line. So existing card description, append all of that, and then put this here. Now the other thing is, if there's a checklist, start with comments. I mean, like this, need a share / copy to clipboard button. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. Like this. Though we're going to end up with this this like empty comments text. So let's do this. Comments equals that. And if there are comments, description is going to add the comments with the text comments. And I guess that's the other thing is comments might not be from me. They could be from other users. So do we have the member creator dot full name? Action dot member creator dot full name colon the comment that they made. Why don't I add comments to the issue itself? Because that's just another API request. I think it's enough to just put it in the description. And then you can do with it what you will from there. The other thing is it's possible to have checklists. So comment actions, fine. There's an array of checklists. And each checklist has ID card. So we have the description here. Let's get the checklist first. So Trello board dot checklist dot find. We have the list, and we want where the list dot ID card is equal to this card ID. And if a checklist was found, we're just going to append to the description. So we'll say description plus equals. We want this checklist dot check items. We're going to map over all of the names. So we'll say checklist dot check items. Again, we're going to do another reduce here to give us the list. List starts off as the empty string. We return list plus this. No, this is the item. So list plus item dot name. And we can make it an actual checklist. Do we have the information? So if state is incomplete, it is not checked. Like this. Whoa. Whoa. And then whether or not it's checked will be item.state. If that is equal to incomplete, then we want a space. Otherwise, we want an X. Okay. I guess actually we'll start it off with a new line. So that way it'll be description, new line, list, new line, and then any comments associated with it. All right. This is going to work first try, definitely. This code is not too complicated. But now the issue is created with the name and the description, all of the labels, but actually the labels, we need just the name. So we're going to map this so that we grab just the name of each of the labels. So we'll say label.name. Like that. Seems good. This is going to give us back an issue. We've reached our hour time limit. I think we're pretty close. So at this point, all we need to do is create the card on the project and then assign the card. So I'm going to give myself another 10 minutes, and then we'll run this thing and see if it works. This is going to give us back the issue that was just created. And if we look at the GitHub documentation, the example response is an object that has all of these properties, but that object.id is going to be the issue ID. So now we need to create the card on the project. They have other endpoints for cards. We want to create a project card. We got to put it in a specific column. How do we get the column IDs for the for the project board? Are we using Project Classic? I don't know. What's the difference? And are we going to have to get a project board first? Gets a project by ID. This is good to know, and if I would have known this earlier. Okay, I am tempted to just run this to create the issues, and then once we have the issues created, figure out how to put it onto the project, because issues are the first one. Do we remove all boards first? Oh, and then we could like create, or I guess I was thinking of lists. We could add each of the columns or like the lists to the GitHub project. What is GitHub? I guess I don't even know what GitHub Project Classics is. About Projects Classic. Projects, the all-new Projects experience is now available. For more information about projects and migrating from Projects Classic. Well, that just complicated things a whole lot. But Jaculente, this could be what we want, because if we just add this to our GitHub project, as we create these issues with the API, it'll automatically add them to a project. Issue opened. Yeah, okay, how do I use it? Let's add this. This will make our lives a whole lot easier. Let GitHub actions add to project. I knew we were gonna like get lazy and give up at some point, but I think this is good. This is good. Add issue to project. The example usage. Issue open with labels bug or needs triage. Pull request labeled with needs review. What if I could do it for every single issue? Every single issue gets added to this will run on every issue. On issue type opened. And I guess if I just remove these two properties, will it work? Okay, let's see. And we can just straight up test this on the repo. So if we go into our fresh spots repo, we need to create a .github folder. And then inside of there, we edit a, wait. Oh no, there's this another directory called workflows. And then inside of workflows, we call this add to project.yml. And we do this. Add issues to project. Project URL is going to be that Nano is so green. Coding, garden, projects, and then project number. Project number is 2, apparently. Seems fine. Add GitHub action. And then we can test it. So now that it's on the repo, When I create a new issue, test of action, does it automatically add it to the project? So now if we go to the project, actions. Oh, it's running. It's running right now, and it failed. So it probably failed because we're missing arguments. Oh, we have to literally specify the add to project version. I thought that was automatic. All right, let's look at their releases. We want version 0.3.0. I think the secret is automatic, like automatically included in GitHub Actions. Update action. You have to add it in secrets and repo settings? Ah, okay. Add to project token. Ooh, secrets. Actions. And then I have to create another GitHub token that has access to creating issues. I mean, I guess I could use this same one that I generated, huh? I guess I'll do that. Okay. We got secrets. We set the version. Let's try it again. Let me make sure there's nothing weird on my screen. Okay. Here's the project. Let's create a new issue. Test action again. And now if we look at actions, it's running. This is honestly hilarious to me because it actually is going to spin up an action for every single issue. We're about to create 42 issues. No. Okay, so what kind of a token do I need then? The non-beta one? Well. So it has to be yeah, I think that's the main issue. It has to be a personal access token. It can't be the beta one. And the beta one was tied to the organization. It's okay though. No, we'll do this. Projects. Workflow, and then there's nothing for issues in the scopes. Try it. Repo. Okay, that's the ones that I gave it. Cool. Let's test it. And now we go to issues. We create a new issue. Test another action. But now that I think about this, like, this is gonna spin up so many actions to create the cards. It's fine. It's fine. Let's see what happens. Hey, but it has no status. How do we give it a status? Or do we even worry about that? I say we don't even worry about it. Right? Because we can manually set the status. Right? And B. Holmes, welcome in, Raiders. Glad to have you. Thank you for that raid. We are in the depths of writing a script that will sync our Trello issues to a GitHub project. It's no worries, B. Holmes. You all, I think this one. This is an emote that everyone has. It's a global emote. Thank you for that raid. What were you working on? What the Nuxt? Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah. I want to check out Nuxt V3 pretty soon. But yeah, I'll drop a follow. Thanks for bringing your friends over. You're still live. You're still live. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Coding Garden. What are we doing? I was misguided at one. Not misguided. So I made the decision a couple of weeks ago to use Trello for this project that we were working on. But now that I want the project to be more open source friendly, more GitHub friendly, I want to use GitHub projects instead. I spent 10 minutes deciding on whether I should write my own script that converts Trello into a GitHub issues, and we decided to do it. And we've reached the point where we wrote the code, and it kind of seems like it's going to work, but then we hit a wall of the GitHub, the regular GitHub API doesn't actually support creating cards on a project. You have to use the GraphQL API, and I didn't want to do that. So at this point, we found a GitHub action that will automatically add an issue to a project when the issue is created. And we're just going to go with that. So, I mean, you all are here kind of for like the moment of truth. Like, I haven't run this code yet, and we're going to try to do it on first try, where this gets all the issues from Trello as JSON, creates all the labels on GitHub, and then creates each issue, including its checklist and comments on GitHub as well. Never spend 15 minutes doing something by hand when you can spend 6 hours failing to automate it. Yeah, well, we set a time limit. We've only been working on it for an hour. Oh, you work at Astro. Cool. That's awesome. Yeah, well, thank you very much for that raid. And I'll definitely have to check out your streams. But okay, moment of truth. So I think I also just decided. So this action doesn't assign a status to the issue. It just puts it in no status. I'm okay with that. I'm gonna manually move it into to do, in progress, or done. Yeah, I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. But the other thing is that that I didn't consider is we're about to create 42 issues with the API, which means we're gonna have 42 GitHub actions spin up. And I don't know how it's gonna handle that, but let's try it. Let's try it. We haven't created. Well, I mean, we haven't run this code yet. So let me make sure I have like logging. So yeah, creating issue. Let's give it a try. It's first try Thursday. So there is rate limiting, but what I've done in my code is I only make one request per second. If we had access, each person could have done a card manually. Yeah. Okay. But this is gonna be fun though. We get to try and run our code. And the other thing is we're using Deno for this. Okay, so repo name. Org name? Is that the name of the thing? Repo owner. Okay. We will let you all place bets. Is this going to work on the first try? It's probably not going to work on the first try. Will it work without errors on the first try? Yes or no? You have 30 seconds to vote. No. But basically, if we consider this working, essentially every single one of these cards will appear as an issue on the repo. That's what we're saying is going to work. Whether that's what we're saying is going to work. Yes or no? Yeah, I mean, so if you go all in on yes, you probably, well, I don't know. I mean, it's okay. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Yeah, no worries, Oscar. I don't think it's gonna work either. I've got a lot of really hairy reduces in here that may just break. But let's try it. Creating. Oh, dang. Wait. Request failed with status code 404. It didn't work. It tried to create the label tech debt and then it immediately failed. Wait, what did Alka say? Well, that prediction went quick. Yeah. I specified the URL wrong. Should be... So we set up the base URL, api.github.com. Do I need a trailing slash here? And then it's posting against repos, repo owner, repo name, labels. Well, my points. Was it literally just the trailing slash? Let's see. Okay, it's not just the trailing slash. I completely have the URL wrong. All right, yeah, I'll give you your points and then, then we'll debug this. No, this code is literally creating that label on GitHub. Did it work? No, it didn't. Let's look at the GitHub API docs. Issues, labels, create a label. api.github.com/repos/repo owner/repo name/labels. This, okay, I need to do some logging to make sure it's actually like passing in my GitHub token. This should get the GitHub token. I think the GitHub API would return a 404, I think, if the authorization token was bad. Let me just log this out really quick. Yeah, so it couldn't just be that the URL, like the URL is not found. It could be that like my auth is bad, and I should feel bad. Nope, it's loading the token. I've seen GitHub return a 404 even though it was unauthorized. As much as we didn't want to try catch this, I'm gonna throw it in a try catch, because then I can look at the response JSON. Uncaught axes. Oh, I need to await it to catch it. Yeah, maybe it's I have to spell the repo name or repo owner. Everything needs to be lowercase. Okay. Leaking tokens and error handling. No, the token isn't leaking. It says a post request, right? Yeah, post. Is it because it already exists? No, the first one is tech debt. There is no label with the name tech debt. Are they using the GraphQL API? Oscar. Yeah, they are. Yeah, yeah, I am posting. I feel like we'd get a different error, but yeah, I'm posting it without that. Name is not case sensitive. Okay. Let me also just log the data that we're sending. The accept header isn't correct. Let's see. Let me make sure I got that right. Application VND GitHub plus JSON. Nope, that seems like it's right. Wait, do I have it reversed? Repo owner / repo name. That seems fine. Does there have to be? There's no. If it's missing a trailing slash on the end, no. Their docs doesn't say it needs a trailing slash. No, it's a post. Yeah, I'll show you the code in a second. Honestly, so before I show you my code, I need to just try this with Insomnia to see if I get the same error. And then if I do, then it's just an issue with my HTTP request. So. Oh, I could just do the curl from their docs. Let's do that. Yep, that's what the URL looks like. That worked. Wait, is description required? No, description isn't required. It's something I've done wrong with Axios, I do believe. Because that curl worked. It still says not found. Okay, so honestly, I think the way to fix this is to not use an Axios client. So basically what we did was we created an Axios client that has a base URL and some default headers, but I'm just going to make the request without that. Yeah, the curl works, so it's not permissions. It's simply I'm not using Axios, right? But yeah, I know there's a lot of different ways to debug this. Ultimately, I just wish this library would work as expected. Okay, when you're making a post request, the third argument can have the headers inside of it, right? I think so. And then now we'll just use this as the full URL. So axios.post full URL with the data and those headers. And while we're here, we'll go ahead and update. I mean, I could put this in a variable just called Axios config. so we don't have to repeat ourselves as much. Like that. And then there's only one other post request we're making, which is to create an issue. So this will be axios.post, and we'll pass in the axios config. All right, if this works, I'm going to be really mad, but also excited that we don't have to look at this anymore. Well, okay, so it didn't work. We are attempting to make a post request against API github.com. I mean, I can log this URL out. I'll log everything. We got the URL, we got the label. We are sending the URL, the request here. This is the data that we are sending. Fiddler. I'd have to install it. I don't have any sort of like packet capture, like network thingy. Did I spell this right? Let's see. Do they have a Git endpoint for just like getting a repo? Let's just try that really quick. Okay, what's the difference? I'm gonna be really mad if this is like what did I do wrong? No. Okay, so the URL is right. No, see, it works with lowercase and it works with uppercase. Does it really need a trailing slash? Because their documentation doesn't have a trailing slash, and the curl command doesn't have it. Oh, you know what? It probably okay. Okay. I think it's the fact that it has a space in the name. I think it's the fact that it has a space in the label name. I don't know why it was telling us not found, but it's the space in the label name. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to the code that was using the Axios client, because this is really disheartening. But it's the space in the name. So what we need to do, well, not %20. We need to replace it with like dashes. But actually, I mean, we could test this out really quick, right? So if we go to GitHub and we try to create a label that has a space in it, hello world. Oh no, that works. Do we need to I don't think we need to like even URL encode it. Oh well. We're just gonna do a simple replace all. Replace all spaces with dashes. Can it not be capital letters? Test this. No? Oh no, yeah, that's the issue, is like we're trying to create the label. It's just returning a 404. Like we're doing a post request, but it's giving us back a 404. On success returns 201. I thought it was. Let's see if it was the space. We're gonna 2 lowercase it and put dashes. Let's see. Of all things, I didn't think it would be that we can't even call the API. Of all the things, it worked with a curl command earlier. Well, I know we could have done it manually. I just wanted to write this code. All right, I'm gonna hide my screen just so I can do some debugging, but basically, like, I need to look and see, like, what request is actually being sent here. What's up, Cyan? Welcome in. That's possible, Rugmat. Like, it's not passing in the default headers from the Axios client. But when we pass them in manually, it still didn't work. I'm having an existential crisis is what's going on. Yeah, it's not about creating the issues. It's about getting this code to work. Yeah. There should be it should be bearer space token though, right? Wait. Owner and repo is not in the body. Owner and repo is in the path. Yeah, we can do that too, just to see a 401 error is if we put a bad token. Well, a bad token is resulting in the same not found issue. Welcome in, Squeedos. I'm glad Twitch finally notified you. Creating with curl works, so I can assume that Insomnia would work too. Am I sure I'm making a post request? I guess not. I mean, could this be an issue of using Axios inside of Deno? Yeah, let's see this. So if I try to make the request to just get the labels, does that work? No, it's definitely making the network request. Okay. Yeah, this is insane. The GET request with Axios works, but the POST request returns a 404. I will show this to you. So all I did, so right now I'm making the post request against that URL. I changed the code to make a GET request to log it out, and that works. That literally gives me back all the issues. No, creating in curl actually created the issue. Yeah, I guess I'm curious. Yeah, reading the list doesn't require auth. That is true. No. I mean, I think I'm being pretty zen about this. Also, like, I know there are people like yelling at their screen right now, or they've just left and they're like, just inspect the network requests. I don't want to. Like, okay. Honestly, did this create a node modules? It didn't. Create a new file to just do this standalone. I mean, technically, it's only trying the first one to begin with. Here, I'm gonna do it in Insomnia really quick, and I won't specify the I will not specify the auth token and see if that gives me a 404, because then it could just be an issue of the headers not being set for whatever reason. Yeah. No, I get that, Momotombo, but like that's just not the kind of thing we're doing here. Like on a daily basis, I do not have to inspect network requests because things work as intended for the most part with the libraries that I'm using. But the one gotcha here is that we're using Deno, and it's possible that Axios inside of Deno, like there's just something it's doing slightly differently, and maybe that's why the headers aren't getting set. But let's see. Redaxios doesn't have the TypeScript support, though. And Balanek, thank you very much for that sub. Still wondering about JavaScript tag in the documentation. Why they use OctoKit. Oh, OctoKit is, I believe it's like an NPM module that, like, instead of using Axios, like bare Axios to make requests, they've encapsulated all of that in their library. So you can just call methods on their library, and behind the scenes, it's making HTTP requests. Yeah, so with Insomnia and with a valid token, it actually gives me back a message that says like properties missing, and we're not even seeing that. So my assumption is that Axios inside of Deno is not setting the headers for some reason. So in an effort to just get this done, because I was very optimistic to begin with, but we have reached a point where I'm kind of fed up with the fact that, like, I wrote the code to do the thing, but it's not doing what I expected. But regardless, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna use fetch. we're gonna use fetch. So right here, instead of GitHub client post, we will await fetch with that URL. Method post body. We're gonna have to JSON.stringify the GitHub label, and then headers we'll pass in here. But again, not again, but we are gonna have to look at if response was not okay. So if response was not okay, we should be able to still parse the response as JSON. Response. And then this is giving us a message property, but we'll log it out too. Response. I got it. What are the headers? I'll put this into a variable called headers. That is this. Great. Yeah, so we're making a post request. This is the body. We pass those headers in. Good to go. Now, I only have one other API request I need to replace. It's this one. So the URL is that. This is our body, and we pass in those same headers. I guess I do need to make sure that I have this prepended to the URL. Like that. Full URL. There it is. There's that. There's this. Seems fine. All right. First try. Dang it, Axios. I mean, and now it's my issue because I literally, like, these things already exist. Let me just go delete these. Well, for whatever reason, headers are not even getting set. The headers aren't getting set even if we pass them directly in, even if we're not using like that client instance. It probably has something to do with the Deno compatibility layer. The thing is, like, Axios GET request worked. Also, we don't have to do this business anymore. We can just use the existing label name. All right. First try for the second time. Oh, that makes sense. So something went wrong, and then I was trying to do this, but this isn't a thing anymore. Yeah, first try, exactly. First try, second first try. At this point, is that all of our labels? There's 6 of them. Oh, it tried to create other and then failed. I don't want to delete all the labels again, but I will. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna delete all the labels again, just so I can see it run. and actually see the error. Oh, that's a good call, Oscar, just to see, like, is Axios actually sending the headers? I mean, that's what that person was getting to earlier about using, like, a Fiddler, which lets you look at network requests, and then you could expect the headers and stuff like that. Though the issue there is we are making an HTTPS request, so we'd have to... Wait, I thought I got rid of substring. Dang it! Oh! Oh! Wait, color to hex... There's no way color to hex breaks on orange. No way, right? No way. Yeah, FF80000. So it's the one right after... What's the one after accessibility? Pink dark. You know, I do this to myself. Like, I was confident. An hour and a half ago, I was confident. It's never as easy as it seems. So, that is the worst. Here's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna remove underscore dark. All right. One more time. One time for the one time. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to remove the word dark. That's the I'm going to use replace for this. Here we go. First try for the third time. So, creating the labels, we know that works. Creating the issues, that's going to be the big one, because that has a bunch of reduces to, like, and that's working. Great. Great. The other thing is, as these issues are getting created, we can go look at the GitHub actions. Yeah, look at all these GitHub actions that are spinning up. Every new issue that gets created, a new action gets run. But look at this. It's got the labels. It's happening, everybody. It's happening. It's happening. Yeah, we're stress testing GitHub actions right now. Dang it! I got rate limited. We have no way to resume from a specific spot. How can I get rate limited? I'm using a token. Also, let's look at our actions. Oh, they all ran. That's great. They ran pretty quickly. And then if we look at the project, it has a bunch of cards on it, which is good. Okay. You can only create 25 issues per minute? Where did you read that? Is this in the... Where did you read that? Can you link me in Griffin? Oh, that's what I did? Created 25 of them? I don't know how many I created, though. I know the token doesn't bypass limits. The token gives you higher limits. Though, look, this worked too. Look at that. We created a a list automatically. Yeah, look, our code did that. All right, so that's cool. What do I want to do? First of all, I want to find what is the ID 20. So if the index is less than or equal to 20, just skip it. So that's going to skip the first 20 cards. And then also, for now, we can just get rid of creating the labels. This is the point where we just start hacking things. So now, we'll do this, and I guess instead of waiting 1 second in between creating cards, we'll wait 2 seconds, maybe? Let's see. Yeah, you're totally right, Excavator. We could look at the response headers, and then that would tell us when we should make our next request. I should have just used OctoKit too. Yeah, I guess the main issue is if we wanted to modify the Trello board, then we'd have to figure out the Trello API auth and stuff like that. I don't know how easy that is. I've exceeded a secondary rate limit and have been temporarily blocked from content creation. What's the secondary rate limit? The one that comes after the first one. I think it's like you haven't actually hit the rate limit, but you're making too many requests, which means actually I am hitting some unknown rate limit. Yeah, it's the one where they think I'm abusing GitHub. Okay, but what was the last one that ran? Extract confirmation button flow into component. We're really close. I think we're like 2 issues away. Yeah, we're like 2 issues away. 41. And how many are there? We literally only have 1 more issue to create. I'm going to do it by hand. And then I'm just going to delete this code that we wrote. Literally. We literally have 1. Fix layout styles for non-dashboard pages. Yeah, so when it... oh, no, you're totally right. It might not have created this one. Good call, Tullis, because then we're actually missing 2. Yeah, so it didn't create that one. So we're missing that one, and we're missing number 20. Yeah. Yeah, this is the only thing we did today. I've been here for 3 hours. Okay, I'm going to manually create these. This one was extract confirmation button flow into component. And then we can see what labels that had. Bug. Wait, what? Oh no, that was a different one. This has tech debt and chore. And then the one from earlier was index 20. Which it didn't create. Include map tile as property on spot when created. Does this exist? No. Okay. Learn about token or leaky buckets. Yeah, I've never done. Yeah, we have to create 42 as well. I have used the response headers of an API to determine when I make the next request. I have done that before, but I haven't implemented my own like local rate limiting. And I think that's what you mean by like the leaky bucket thing. And then what is this one? Feature. And then last issue is number 42. This is a bug, fix layout styles for non-dashboard pages. And this one is fixed, so some of the issues will actually be closed. I guess I didn't even consider that. I don't know. I should not have done this. Yeah. That makes sense, Codex. Yeah, I'd have to look into that. Cool. Look at all those GitHub actions that ran. Okay. This code is done for. We never look at it again. I mean, our initial, the goal we set out to was we could make that thing reusable, and other people could use the thing we just wrote. Don't use the thing we just wrote. It's really bad, and it's not good. I guess you could have you learned some things. I mean, we did some TypeScript stuff. We made some API requests. You know. Okay. At this point, all of the issues have been moved over. We think, hopefully. If they didn't make it over, then we'll just have to recreate them at some point. Omar found a bug? What? Hey, Omar. I'm just gonna go ahead and close your issue because I know. Mark as closed. Okay. How does that work with GitHub projects, though? Does it automatically... Yeah, if an issue is closed, it gets moved. That makes sense. Cool. Cool. I guess the one issue, though, is these ones that are done... we have to move manually. So I'm just gonna take a few minutes to move these manually. I could have written that into the script too. Just talk amongst yourselves. At somebody in chat and give them a nice compliment them. Compliment somebody in chat. I think this page is using virtual list scrolling, and I can't search them all at once. Like, okay, so like use port variable when starting the app, and then if I go here and if I search for port, yeah, it's using virtual scrolling, so it's really hard for me to find the ticket so that I can drag it with Command F. And if you don't know what virtual scrolling is, basically as I scroll, the ones that are out of view actually aren't even on the page. Great. Use the built-in filter box. That makes sense. Thank you, Tolis. Okay. AI generated. All right. Great. This one is... Oh, that's another thing about GitHub projects. Wait. Okay, I was about to say, I thought you can't immediately go from here to done. You had to like go through each column, but you can. You can. Cool. Slug is not defined. I don't know if you're watching me do this, but I have to start dragging it and then drag it again to get it to actually work. So like I start, it doesn't know what to do, but if I go back and do it again, now it knows what to do. Yeah, we are still working on this. Wait. We moved it to done, but that doesn't change the issue to closed? Why doesn't that automatically close the issue? Do I need settings for that? Yeah, thanks, Seaplane. Yeah, it's it's my my forced air heat. It's really cold here, so I have the AC on. It's a bit of white noise. I think this is why I didn't use GitHub projects to begin with. What happens when I click the 3 dots on the issue? Probably something. Okay, yeah, I need to do this workflow. So when an item is closed, set status to done. Wait, how do I edit it? These are the default ones. You can only do it the other way around? What do you mean by that? When you close it, it will be dragged to done. Yeah, we want the opposite of that. Well, I guess I don't want the opposite of that because the only time I was manually doing this was now. So, if we go to the actual GitHub repo, yeah, no worries. Sure, I'm sure this is entertaining for a lot of people because watching me struggle, I think, is entertaining for people because it's somewhat relatable. All right. Filter by project. Can I filter by project done column? I'm hungry. It's 3 p.m. and I'm hungry. Presumably. Well. Thanks, Ricky-ticky-tastic. This is what programming actually is. No sugarcoating. I feel like that's a compliment and an insult all at once. Label. Is there a status? No. Recently updated? Yeah. Close. Maybe not then. That one has no status. I thought updated would have been when it has status done. Do I literally have to manually click through all of these? I guess after this, it won't be manual anymore. Because we'll just be using the issues, and then when the issue gets closed, it'll automatically get moved to that column. You have such low energy, what do? Get better sleep, eat better food, and that's about it. Tried to close an issue without a status. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, but basically you got to take care of your body. I mean, I'm dealing with this, and I've dealt with this before, and I've been trying to walk more, and I have so much more energy throughout the day because my body is now more active. I also eat less. It's snowing. I can't walk. Get a treadmill. Oh, cool. Can I close the issue from here? Oh, I can. You know what? I guess I could just click on it. I guess I could just click on these and then just go mark them as closed. Great. We're done. That's all we had to do. I had no idea Flowcode. I'm new to GitHub projects, but yeah, apparently I can just click on it. Yeah. Like this. Close. Great. Okay, step one. We're done with Trello. And Sunny, thank you very much for the 9 months. This guy codes. I mean, I try. Here's what we're going to do now. In our repo, I'm going to remove the link to the Trello board and just link to the project. See the project board. And then make sure that Trello isn't mentioned anywhere else in this repo. I mean, That's fine. Okay. Let's update the README. Replace Trello link with GitHub project. Great. Push that up. Oh, is this showing my Deno deploy? That's awesome. I had no idea that it did this, but you can literally see that this commit has now been deployed. Although it didn't need to, because it was just an update of the README. But yeah, that's cool. Okay. We linked to the project board. Let's go back to our to-do. Think about what left do we actually want to do today, or that we should do today. And then I'm gonna get some food, and then we're gonna have some fun and watch some old tech videos. But it's probably will be like another 30 minutes before we do that. So we created the GitHub project. Great. We ported the issues. Do we have a local setup and getting started guide? Let's see. Well, not that. In the main project README, that talks about the app itself. And then in the README in the app folder, it says, install Deno, set up your environment variables, update them accordingly, start the database, start the project. Honestly, this is pretty good. I think we need to link to this in the main README if we don't have this. The code is in the app directory. See the README there for setup directions. Great. We already have that. Architecture diagram for the code structure and for the app architecture. We'll do that at a later time. That's it for today. This specific app, this specific project, Fresh Spots, it always turns into this. I don't know what it is. Maybe this is just how things are now for me. Everything's just hard and takes a lot of time. I would hope not, though. Like, this is one of the main reasons I want to move on to a different project that's not using Deno and Fresh, because I'm going to go back to stuff that I'm more familiar with, so we can spend less time spinning our wheels. But I'll have to do this next week. So next week we'll create the architecture diagram and get like CI set up and all of that good stuff. I'm gonna get some food really quick, and then we're gonna go. Watch. We're not go. We're just gonna hang out. Basically, we're gonna hang out and watch videos. Is there an issue for setup CI linter? I don't think there is. I'm gonna create one really quick. Setup GitHub action. Wait, is there though? I should search. No, there's not one. I'm gonna create one. Am I ignoring inventory requests? I think the thing is like, inventory app is something that we can work on for sure. But freeing us up from having to work on Fresh Spots every Friday, I think is a good thing. For linting and formatting of PRs. There we go. Okay. Let's pick an old tech video to watch. I mean, we could probably just watch these on YouTube. There is the Computer Chronicles is what we watched last week. We could pick an episode of this, or we can just find something else on the archive, on the Internet Archive. Let's see. Trade shows, expos, and award shows. Episodes on hardware. Buyer's guide. Then they have them by year. So last time we watched an episode from 1998. We could go back even further. Wow, I didn't know that. They were making episodes in the 80s. This is crazy. Yeah, and see you later, Excavator. Thanks for hanging out. Honestly, it would be interesting to watch like some of the later episodes. Because like even this was 20 years ago. 24 coaching computer science more. Oh, what do you mean by that, Anders? Is that like a resource for other people? I'm going to have you all vote on a year, and then we'll pick on a resource. You can share a link, but I mean, you want to keep things relevant to what we're talking about. No self-promotion or anything like that, but if it's relevant to what we're doing, feel free to share a link. All right. What year should we watch? 2002? 2001? 2000 or 1999? Pick one. You've got 5 minutes to vote. Yeah, feel free to share the link. I mean, I don't know, someone might find it useful. And then once we pick a year, we'll pick an episode. Is this like an old tech video? Oh, CS50. Sure, that's new. That's fine. Also, really quick, I need to find my. I have a page that has a bunch of old videos that I saved. Yeah. The other thing is we could watch an episode of The Magic School Bus. The Magic School Bus gets programmed, which is could be fun. Computer glossary.
One of the keys to understanding a new or special field is getting to know something of its mood, a particular flavor that's often given by its jargon, its technical vocabulary, and its special words.
I have a card reader, CRT tube, a mag.
So this could be fun as well. This is Computer Glossary from 1973. And then Bits and Bytes was a show in from Canada. This episode was about computer languages. And then these are some old videos from Xerox PARC. So I think we'll choose between these and Computer Chronicles after this vote is over. I guess we could do both. Honestly, 1999 looks like the clear winner. Can I just end this? Apparently I can't end the poll. All right, I'm going to take a few minutes to go get some food. I'll be back, and then we'll watch some tech videos. In the meantime, just hang out. Is it end poll? Oh, thank you for doing that. Appreciate you. Let's do another poll. Which to watch? Computer Chronicles? Glossary? So Computer Chronicles, we're going to find an episode from 1999. There's a Computer Glossary video from 1973. And then Bits and Bytes from 1983. And then Ethernet promos from 1993. Oh, no, not even that. I'll just say 80s. All right, what do you want to see? Vote on that. I'm going to get some food. I'm going to change my category, and we're just going to hang out. Cool. All right, I'll be back in just a few minutes. So apparently it was a tie between Computer Chronicles and Bits and Bytes. I guess we'll just watch Computer Chronicles. I made a sandwich. Here it is. It's got chicken, salami, cheese, mayo, and then some chips. Yeah, well, if I'm still here, we'll watch both. Why not? But we'll start with Computer Chronicles. We do have to pick an episode from 1999, though. So... You made them a tie? That's fine. Totally fine. I don't feel like drinking beer. Oh, okay. Y2K would be. We have to watch that one, right? It's about the Y2K bug. Or computer crime. There's so many good ones. We honestly could just watch all of it. Like, yeah. This is great. I'm going to remove the playlist so we're not tempted to just binge all of these episodes. But here we go. Yeah, Y2K. So, I'm going to mute while I eat, but we'll just watch this. Every now and then I will potentially unmute to talk, to add some commentary. Yeah, I know that it cuts off some of the video, but I'm okay with that. I need to fix that. I think the other one is aliased to that. The image underneath. Oh, so it could look like an actual TV screen where it's like bulging out. Is that what you mean? Streamlabs? Oh, you could create a custom shader. It doesn't have it built in, but you could create a custom shader. All right. Here we go. Like I said, I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna eat. Feel free to add commentary in the chat, and let's think of all the emotes we can use while things are happening. First of all, we have the lull, if you want to laugh. There's also, if you're a sub, you can use coding clap. There's also just like the clap emote, or the peepo clap. There's also peepo. What's the one with the peepo writing something down? Like write that down? Or take a note? Peepo note? Slow clap. Don't we have a... I thought we had a, like a better Twitch TV or a 7 TV. Oh, I guess I don't have 7 TV enabled on here. Why not? Wait, why is my... I'm not seeing 7 TV emotes. Oh well. Use whatever emotes you want. doesn't matter. All right, here comes the show. This is an episode of Computer Chronicles from 1999 about Y2K. So they're preparing for the year 2000. Computer Chronicles has a YouTube channel. The original host of the Computer Chronicles was it Stuart Chaffee? I believe is in charge of this YouTube channel and has uploaded everything here to keep these videos around, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to watch them. So thanks to Stuart, thanks to the Computer Chronicles. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
We'll show you how to check your computer's CMOS and BIOS for possible year 2000 glitches. We'll look at some software that examines your applications and files to make sure they're Y2K compliant. We'll talk to Microsoft about some reported Y2K problems with Windows, and we'll search the web for good and bad information about what you should do to deal with Y2K. Plus, we'll look at the mainframe side of the problem. Can you count on power, water, money, and safe air travel on January 1? Also, my pick of the week, a new way to...
We're all gonna die. Okay, I need to get that Firefox extension that lets you increase the volume on anything, because I want to increase the volume. Yeah, 600% sound volume. This is the one, I think. Let's look at the reviews. Is this the one? I mean, this has 89,000 users. It has to be trustworthy, right? They have access to every single one of my websites. Did you make the PR for that, Alka?
Listen to books on tape.
Okay.
Chaffee. Y2K, we've been hearing about this computer problem for a long time now. The question is, how serious is it, and what, if anything, can you do about it? If you don't think this is a serious problem, let me show you Exhibit A. There is a rather large global company called Shell Oil, and you would think they have the computer resources to deal with the Y2K problem. Let me show you the credit card that Shell Oil recently sent me. It says right here, as you can see, valid till the year 1000. Whoops. Well, if Shell Oil can't figure out how to solve this problem, my guess is there are other serious problems lurking out there come January 1, 2000. On this program, we're going to focus primarily on how the Y2K problem can affect your personal computer. And there are several levels of the problem. We'll deal with all of them. Hardware problems in the form of the CMOS chips and the BIOS in your computer's motherboard, your operating system, your software applications, and your files. And we'll start with the hardware issues. And Mike, I guess that's your territory here. You've pulled a motherboard out of a PC here, and why don't you explain to us what the hardware side of the problem is?
Well, basically your date originates from your CMOS chip inside your motherboard.
Okay, so that's a CMOS chip, and that's being run by this battery, and that always is remembering what the date is.
Yes, and that is where your 19 is embedded that you've heard so much about that causes the Y2K.
Got it. And then what about the BIOS?
All right, the BIOS at boot up time calls the CMOS for its date and time.
Okay, so the BIOS chip is over here.
Correct.
It says, hey, what's the date? And if this guy gives it the wrong information, everything goes to hell after that.
Correct. Passes it straight to the operating system, therefore you'll have an invalid date when you reboot January 1st.
Now, given it's a hardware problem, can we still fix it and deal with it in software?
Yes. What we do is actually, with PC Fix 2000, we're intercepting that date exchange between the CMOS and BIOS, correcting and adjusting any dates that need to be there, writing them back to the chips and handshaking it off.
All right, so I can load some software on my computer that will check and say, hey, CMOS, if you're wrong, I'm going to fix it before you spread that date to the rest of my computer.
Correct.
How do I know if I have a problem? Can I use your software to test it and see if my CMOS is delivering the wrong date?
Yes, we have a package called EasyCheck 2000 that will actually check all sorts of dates.
All right, can we do that? I mean, I guess what we're going to do is simulate New Year's Eve, 1999 and 2000.
Thanks for your
Right, what we'll
privilege.
do
Appreciate
is
you.
simulate a boot process in your PC. And
That's a
what
cool
we'll do is
name,
take a
by the
look
way.
at the CMOS clock and the BIOS clock and what it's reading as we speak. Now, we'll simulate the boot by setting it to 12/31/99, just
All
a
right.
few seconds before
So
midnight.
it's New Year's Eve, December 31st. That ball is coming down in Times
Right.
Square. And what will your computer do?
Okay, so here we go. We
All
set
right, a couple
the date,
seconds to go.
and we're-
2, 1. Whoops.
and our CMOS clock went to 1900.
Now, the BIOS somehow still said 2000.
Correct. On most post-96 machines, the BIOS is correcting for the 1900 in the CMOS.
But we could still have a problem if an application is directly accessing
Correct.
the
There
CMOS
are
chip.
applications that do that, and there's Windows NT operating system does that as well.
So my computer, or many apps on my computer, are now going to think it's 1900, which is wrong, so things will get screwed up. How do I fix it with the software?
Actually, at each boot up, we will execute PC Fix at boot up time, apply our algorithm, retrieve the date,
And now the CMOS says 2000.
and correct
All right,
the
so
date.
you've got a kind of memory resident piece of software that's constantly going in there correcting that problem.
No, it does not remain in memory.
It doesn't.
Doesn't take up any resources, doesn't conflict with any software.
But somehow it just permanently fixes that problem?
It does its job at boot up time, then goes away.
Yeah. Let me ask this now. Why should I care that my CMOS clock is wrong? Is that really going to have any consequences to me as I'm doing my work on my PC, other than the fact that the computer thinks it's the wrong date?
If you're using any calendar software or date and time sensitive software, you could very well boot up January 1st, 2000, and every appointment you've ever had could
You're 100 years late for that appointment, it's
100
going to
years
tell
late.
me.
And it could cause accounting software packages.
Sure. Now, if I have a reasonably new computer, I bought it within the past year or two, could it still have a CMOS problem?
It could very well. The CMOS technology still in today's motherboards are using the old Motorola technology that has the 19 embedded
Still
in the
could be
chip.
old chips and they could still have that problem, even though it's a new PC.
This PC here is a 6-month old.
Wow, still has the problem. Last question. You've got something up on your website, a free download that will check the CMOS problem?
Right, that's the EasyCheck 2000 product, and it will check all your hardware
Got it.
dates.
Mike, thank you very much. Well, let's move to another part of the Y2K problem, your software applications and your files. What can you do to make sure they are Y2K compliant? And I guess your answer is buy Norton 2000, right?
That's right.
What does Norton 2000 actually do? How do I deal with the applications and the files?
We run a scan on your system, and we look at all the commercial off-the-shelf applications, and then we actually look at the data that's within your files, like your spreadsheets.
All right, so we take a look at the screen here. Again, I can run a big scan, then run
Right.
my applications, run my files.
Right.
And let's go to the applications first. What kind of report do I get?
Right, this is the first report you see, and it breaks it down into 3 categories.
Really bad problems, maybe a problem, seems to be okay, huh?
Exactly. And then you can drill down on each of them.
So if I say, it says real serious problems and...
severity 5s and severity 3s in here. 5 means it's not
really
going to be able
bad.
to handle dates beyond
Okay,
1999.
so that's the worst, the severity
That's the
5.
worst.
Severity 3 might be screwed up a little bit.
Severity 3 sometimes have workarounds.
Yeah. Well, this is like big deal. CC Mail, Excel, plus PowerPoint, Windows,
Exactly.
right? So I have some problems here. What do I do next now that I know I have those problems?
Well, if you drill down further, we explain the issue, provide a direct link to the vendor's website, because sometimes they'll have a patch or an upgrade, something like that. And then also sometimes there's a workaround, and if so, we'll provide that suggestion.
All right, so you're not going to fix this for me, but you're going to tell me where to go to get it fixed. Go to the Microsoft website, download this patch, and that will solve the problem.
Exactly.
All right, now what do I do about particular files? All right, I know Excel's no good, but does that mean all my spreadsheets are screwed up?
No, not necessarily. Again, it depends on the compliancy of the application itself.
And how I entered the date
and
information.
how you entered the date.
All right, so what is this?
So here is the scan that we've run on the data. Again, you see the severities.
All right, so you're looking at the actual files now, not the applications anymore.
Exactly.
And you're telling me, hey, I've got 2 severity 5 spreadsheets, Excel spreadsheets that are just going to not function anymore.
Yeah, and if this is something that you're doing financial planning for your
Yeah.
future, you want those
So what do I
numbers
do?
to be
Am
right.
I just stuck?
No. Norton 2000 will give you exact information on what the problem is. It will tell you exactly what cell, for
Oh, so
instance.
it's saying there's specific cells that have date information that are
Exactly.
causing the problem.
Exactly. And
All right, now what do I do?
well, you go in there, and also for Excel spreadsheets, we provide a real nice visual way of seeing where the problems are. So I'll show you an example of that. Here we go.
Okay, so you color code the bad cells.
Exactly, and annotate. So the yellows are a 3, and the pinks are a 4, and the reds are a 5.
So the reds are the severity 5 ones, et cetera, et cetera. Now,
Exactly,
I've got
so-
a lot of bad cells. Obviously, they're all date things.
You're right.
Now, why would some dates be red and some would be yellow? They're all dates.
Well, because this one, as you see, it's listed as a 2-digit.
Red and some would be yellow. They're all dates.
This person was born in 2022. They're born in the future, right? That's what that means? Right?
Well, because this one, as you see, it's listed as a 2-digit year, but in this case, it's actually been read correctly. It's being read
Okay.
as 1988.
But it might be included
But
in the formula
you're being-
somewhere else.
exactly.
Okay.
So this one is wrong, and then this one in the red is relating back to that cell right there. That's
Yeah. Now, what do I do now? I mean, am I just stuck to just say don't use the spreadsheet, or can I go in and correct that
you
problem?
can go in, change it into a 4-digit date, fix the formula if there is a formula.
Okay, so the problem might have been mine. I was careless like
Exactly.
everybody else, and I used a 2-digit year. Just make it a 4-digit year, and that could solve
We've
the
all been
problem.
programmed to enter 4-digit years.
Yeah. In the work you do with Norton 2000, are there obvious certain applications that are the suspect ones that I should look out for?
In general, anything that relies on dates, so calendar programs, any financial applications.
Anything that draws a conclusion based on a date,
Exactly.
not a word processing document, obviously.
Exactly.
All right, Norton 2000.
Thank
you. Well, while we're focusing on the PC side of the Y2K problem, the big fear that most people have is not about their personal computers, but about the massive mainframe systems that run the power companies, the banks, the airlines, most of our basic services. Here's a look at what some experts have to say about what will happen with those come January 1.
On a bright spring day in San Francisco, the Millennium Bug is probably not foremost in people's thoughts. But hidden inside most basic services, from water and power to streetlights and buses, are embedded chips and software that might depend on the date and time to operate. That is what worries cities like San Francisco, which began its Y2K probe 4 years ago.
With the embedded systems, we're looking at fire trucks. It's a whole different look at the world and the valves on the water system. If there's an embedded system in a valve and it fails, what will probably happen? If the valve is open, it will probably stay open. If it's closed, it will probably stay closed. Is that a bad failure? Is that something we can fix over time? Also, virtually all valves have manual overrides. But has anybody used them in the last 20 years?
Susceptible chips can show up in unlikely places. For example, the city's cable car system.
Yeah, Snakes, let's talk about it. So, I'm done with my lunch now, but if you don't even know what the Y2K bug was, they sort of mentioned it at the beginning of the episode, but essentially, a lot of computer systems were implemented with only 2 digits for the date. So 98, 99. When the year was going to be 2000, the date would become 00, and a lot of computers would interpret that as 1900 instead of 2000. So there was a lot of work converting those systems to a 4-digit date, or to. I don't know all of the ways to fix it, but I think in some systems where they knew that they wouldn't have dates that were 1900, they could just assume that 00 was 2000. But this was a big thing, and like a lot of people, especially like doomsday preppers and stuff like that, were like, the world is going to come to an end on January 1st, 2000, because all these computer systems that run like our banking systems and everything else, and like flight tracking systems and stuff like that, everything is just going to break, which is going to cause and wreak havoc on the world. That didn't happen. We made it through. It's 22 years later and we're still here. Yeah, planes dropping out of the sky. So yeah. Memory was expensive back in those days, Neondactyl says. So yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why we only stored at 2 digits for a date instead of 4, is because, we'll never reach the year 2000, right? Or we only need two digits for the date. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, Val. I understand that this content is not for everyone. Have a good evening. I'll see you. Pond Garden said, got a new job right before Y2K. My last day at my previous was a week before Y2K. And my first day was a week after. Avoided. Wait. So you avoided that span of time? What I thought you were going to say was you left the job and then they didn't fix their computers, and then you got back paid like 1900 or something like that. I'm sure that probably happened somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing Dan Mulvey is mentioning, is like a lot of people, like there was an entire industry around upgrading computer systems to support the transition into the year 2000. Yeah, so players saying, are we going to fear about the year 9999? The year 2038 is actually a Linux issue. So Ian Douglas mentioned it, and shout out to Ian Douglas. Well, we'll actually talk about that to show you. Like, there are some 32-bit Linux systems that will have an issue in the year 2038, but ideally, by the year 2038, all systems will be 64-bit systems, so we won't have to worry about that, but we'll show that. Hey, what's up, Soup? If you check out the frequently asked questions, I talk about my my background, all that good stuff. Yeah. It's interesting to say, yeah, Muma Rolf is saying, of all the work that went in to fix the problem, how much was actually needed? I don't know, but that would be interesting to see, because, like I said, there's entire industries around fixing computers. And if you've ever seen the movie Office Space, the plot there, not the plot, but it's one of the plot points that the programmers at this company are upgrading software for the Y2K bug. I think, did this movie? Yeah, this movie came out in '99. I'd love to watch this on stream, but I definitely can't because of DMCA. But yeah, there's a 2022 problem. And 64-bit is good until the year 2 billion. Yeah. But again, shout out to our friend Ian Douglas. So he does a lot of interview prep over on his channel. So definitely check him out. Because I don't do that. So if you want that, you definitely go check out his channel. But he mentioned the 2038 problem. Let's see if we can find it on Wikipedia. Wikipedia? Yeah, the 2038 problem. Here it is. The year 2038 is a time formatting bug in computer systems with representing times after 3:14 a.m. UTC, 19th of January 2038. And this is a similar overflow issue. So essentially, the way that dates are stored in a 32-bit system, this is the maximum possible date. And the moment it's 1 second past that, it wraps back around to 1900 or 1901. So similar issue to the 2000 bug. But this only affects Linux systems that are 32-bit systems. And if you're not familiar with 32-bit versus 64-bit, essentially 64-bit is just twice as much space to store information. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah. So in the year 2038, we basically can't be using 32-bit Linux systems anymore. And we're like over 10 years away from that problem happening, and most companies are just switching to 64-bit because that's the answer. So with signed 64-bit integers, the date will not overflow until the year 292 billion. So yeah, I think 16 years to move, it should be enough time. I mean, we probably said that about the year 2000 bug, but I guess people just weren't thinking about that. I don't know. Does it affect 32-bit programs? Probably. Like if their 32-bit programs are storing dates, then probably. I don't know. But yeah, it's super fun to think about. This is a thing. So, all right, let's keep watching.
Over 100 years old, runs from electric generators that are controlled by computer. Light rail vehicles are almost completely automated, and even buses and fire trucks have embedded microprocessors.
We are finding that with heavy equipment, there are other issues with maintenance cycles.
I mean, to talk about it being a bigger deal than Y2K, like if there are major systems that are still 32-bit, then yeah, absolutely it's bigger, because there are so many Linux systems in the world. Like so much of the web in the world runs on Linux. So that's something to consider. That like every 32-bit Linux will potentially have an issue, but I don't know. Is this Kevin Bacon? Yeah, I mean, and that's interesting to bring that up as well, Ian. Like, that's why we have IPv6, because we ran out of IP addresses because there are way more devices than we ever thought there would be. It's funny to think about, like, the people creating the standards and everything else, or like creating the systems. It's like, we'll never have 1 billion devices. You crazy? Let's look up IPv6 really quick, because it should tell us about IPv4. Yeah, IPv is a 32-bit address. Yeah. Oh, and I guess that's another point as well, Neondactyl, right? So like instead of using they could just change the type. Change the type to be able to handle 64-bit. Yeah. But, I mean, that's the problem for programmers 10 years from now. We don't got to worry about that.
And there are pre-built maintenance cycles for things, for example, like water pumps and the ladders that go up and the engine. And some of those systems on some fire trucks, if they're not serviced, don't work.
The Wells Fargo Bank approached Y2K in a different way, by building a parallel banking system and then advancing the dates. So a fictitious customer can make a deposit or transfer funds on December 30th, 1999, and a fictitious teller could see those funds appear on January 3rd.
We've created a miniature bank of our own. Actually, if it was, you could pick up this environment and probably sell it to some other banking institution, because it handles a couple 100,000 customer accounts. These aren't real accounts, these are test accounts that we have out there. And we process a full day's activities, from printing out statements to sorting checks.
Wells Fargo's bank within a bank has everything from PC banking to receipt printers to ATMs. But what happens at midnight December 31st? So far, so good.
The tests themselves were
It is true in Griffin. They had better CI/CD back then. Like, I'm sure the banks have similar systems today. Like, you would think though, like, why didn't they already have a system like that and to be able to test transactions and stuff? It makes sense, right? Like, you don't want to play with people's real money. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess that's another thing, like people panicking and like basically like they didn't want to leave their money in the bank because if the bank went under, then their money would be gone. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but MOC Mike makes a good point though, because you have a lot of stuff running in 32-bit Linux virtual machines that could potentially break as well. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is Computer Chronicles. Yep. You can watch or you can see the one we're watching. Hopefully. There it is. Thank you, Murdoch. All right, I'll stop pausing.
We're in contact with them. They're working pretty good. We have until June of this year to complete everything, so a number of them are getting into place now and being set up. And as an industry as a whole, I think we are in very good shape. People have taken us very seriously, especially in the financial services industry, and the work is taken care of. I'm very comfortable.
Assuming you can withdraw cash from your ATM in January, will you be able to spend it, say, for an airplane ticket? Airports face the known problem of finding and fixing embedded controllers with an additional complication. They will be counting on every other airport to do the same.
It's a real problem because we're not the only airport in the country. A lot of airport manufactured products are duplicated at other facilities, not necessarily airports, but other manufacturing facilities or public transportation hubs and that sort of thing. It's almost unbelievable the amount of inventory that we are going through from some of the major components that make up the facility to some of the very minor things that you would never think of unless you went through an exercise like an inventory.
The task is daunting, to find every chip and program that might have a date function and rewrite or replace it. But some areas get immediate attention.
We have to look at everything imaginable, I think, but you have to set priorities. And the priority is the safety, security aspect. So we have to maintain a secure airport. We have to provide safety for the traveling public.
Embedded controllers are lurking everywhere, even in services that appear to be low-tech. San Francisco's water supply comes by aqueduct from the...
That's the other, like, slice of time thing. Like, this is before September 11th, 2001. So, like, the U.S. was a very different place back then. Yeah, it's crazy to think about.
Sierra Nevada mountains, using gravity as its main engine. But pumps, chemical systems, and valves are operated by programmable logic controllers, or PLCs. All of the chips have been inventoried, but what if one malfunctions?
Actually, there's very little high tech. When this system was designed, it was a brilliant engineering feat in the early part of the century. And most of that infrastructure is still in place, where we have upgraded a number of, like you mentioned, valves, the devices that move the valves, the monitoring equipment. Valves are either open or closed, and these types of valves don't close automatically if there's an electronic failure or a power failure. So we're very comfortable that the water will continue to flow by gravity, even if there are Y2K issues.
And I guess that's worth mentioning as well. So Frankly Delicious mentioned they work with PLCs for 22 years. If you're newer to tech and programming, you might not have heard of this. So PLC is programmable logic controller, and they're used all over the place. Like think like a water treatment plant, or in an oil refinery, or any sort of assembly line that has like machines doing kinds of like automation and stuff like that. A programmable logic controller controls hardware and is like reprogrammable. They're the original clickbait. What did they clickbait us on? But also, let's see if we can find PLC over on the Wikipedia. Yeah, here it is. I personally have never programmed a PLC. people that I know that have programmed PLCs actually have degrees in like electrical engineering. I will say it's a potential field for people that have a computer science degree, but I more so see engineers doing this as a part of their job. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have any videos on reverse engineering, no. But this is a thing. So I think this also has to do with SCADA systems. Supervisory control and data acquisition. So these are the types of systems running like water treatment plants and nuclear plants and stuff like that. So that's a thing. So for the reason that they're talking about all of this is because the Y2K bug potentially wasn't just affecting like personal computers and servers. It was affecting embedded devices. So the devices like running at a water treatment plant. I keep using that as an example, but I think if you think like, what if something went wrong with those PLCs that are filtering the water or making sure the water is filtered, people could die, right? And then the firefighters that they were showing us earlier, they had PLCs running to control their the valves of the hoses and stuff like that. So if those break, then lives are at risk as well. Yeah, that's awesome, frankly delicious. Thank you for hanging out. We have people of all generations and ages that hang out here, which is pretty fun.
And I really do. I think that people are going to be surprised that when December 31st at midnight comes around, the world is not going to come to an end. Airplanes are going to continue to fly. The lights aren't going to go out in the terminals. The lights aren't going to go out on the freeways. And I don't think it's going to be some of the massive failures that has been portrayed in the media recently.
I'm sorry, Oscar. I need to restart the server. If you give me 1 second, I'll restart it. Actually, no. I mean, I'll do it later. But that. Yeah, but Lee Geek mentions, this was before Arduinos. Yeah, so these days, it's actually really easy to just do some PLC type programming at home with an Arduino. Yeah, it's been made extremely accessible and widespread. Didn't used to be that way. Yeah.
Y2K problem is, what about your computer's operating system? And of course, in most cases, that means is Windows Y2K compliant. So let's find out. Don, when we did that little scan before with the lady showing us Norton 2000, popped up Windows 98 as a severity 3 problem. People have heard about this. What are the issues in Win 98?
Well, actually, there's a patch for Windows 98 that makes it fully compliant, so all those issues are resolved.
Okay. I mean, what are the
Thanks,
issues?
Janicki.
Yeah, there are some minor issues that we did find. Let me give you a couple of examples.
Okay.
One of them is in what we call the dialer. If you go into the phone dialer,
Yeah, now you wouldn't think that would be a date-sensitive
relatively
thing, huh?
obscure, but a lot of things generate logs that are date stamped, and that's where that comes from. So you could use a phone dialer, say, to call your relatives, and then look in that log. And what would happen is, in the year 2000, beyond 2000, instead of saying the call took place January 1st of 2001, say January 1st of C1.
Oh, that's helpful.
So it's a display issue. Is there a chance for data loss? None whatsoever.
All right, so that's a little baby problem, and you can fix that.
Yeah.
What's another Win 98 problem?
Well, in Internet Explorer, there's this feature called the wallet. And if you actually go into content,
You can store credit card information, that
exactly.
kind of thing.
Crypto.
Exactly. What it's used for is to upload your information to an internet site that's maybe
I see the
selling.
problem coming. Expiration dates.
You got it.
All right.
So let's say you add a new credit card and you go through Credit Card Wizard, and you enter in the card and the expiration date.
Right.
Put the expiration date in as 00.
So if it expires
42424242424242.
It'll come back with an error. If you put 2000, it works just fine.
Okay, so you can't enter a 2-digit answer in there.
Exactly.
Now, is that something you simply have to know, or is there a patch to fix
There
that
is a
one,
patch.
too?
The Windows 98 Y2K patch fixes all of these issues.
So, I mean, these are relatively little things. You're saying, in general, Win 95, Win 98, not a big problem.
Yeah, the issues are all minor, very obscure. Most users wouldn't run into them.
Let's get to the application side. Again, when we did that scan, we saw all your stuff coming up, Excel and Access and et cetera, et cetera. What are you doing about, Norton showed us we have the problem, and then we have to go to Microsoft to fix the problem. What are you guys doing to help us solve some of the application problems?
Okay, well, the first thing we're doing, of course, we've got the website, which has 1,800 products now that we've tested and verified, as well as a toll-free number. But beyond that, what we've done is we've come up with a product called the Product Analyzer. And what this will do is it'll scan your hard drive, it'll verify what Microsoft files you have against the database, report back the compliance status, and then any more information.
So this is your version of scanning for all the Microsoft applications to identify what them. All right, so we go through and we find we have some problems. You've now come up with some kind of cool wizards in the Microsoft style to deal with them. Go through those.
Sure. You're talking about our Excel wizard specifically.
Yeah.
Within Excel, there are 3 wizards we've created: the Date Watch Wizard, Date Fix Wizard, and Date Migration
All right,
Wizard.
so one at a time. What does a Date Watch Wizard do?
It watches how users enter in dates, and then it tells them if they're being ambiguous, or it'll convert those dates for them.
Show me what you mean.
Sure, let's just create a new spreadsheet.
Okay,
and we'll
so
just type in 10/01/00.
So if I use a 2-digit field,
it's
I was right, it said
to
2000.
It's going to change it to a 4-digit field for you.
Oh, so even if I only do 2, it automatically makes a 4. So
exactly. And then, of course, when it does that, you can look at that and say, oh, that really should be 1900, depending on how you're using your spreadsheet.
So it'll automatically switch ambiguous dates.
Exactly.
All right, so what's the other one, Date Fix, you said?
The Date Fix Wizard. What that does is it'll actually take a spreadsheet and fix those dates within it.
All right, so what are we looking at here? Now, this is an unfixed?
An unfixed spreadsheet. So what you've got is our birth dates and people's names and just a chart applied to those.
All right, so some guy here was born in 1909. You think that's correct?
We'll see. Well, maybe it's 2009 and he's not born yet.
All right. That's a problem. All right, so you have a graphic representation of what would be right now a non-compliant issue,
Correct.
right? A problem.
Correct.
And what does Date Fix do?
What it's going to do is going to go through, it's going to convert those 2-digit dates to 4-digit, and then report back what it did so that you can inspect and make sure that it did the right thing. So we'll just run that.
So auto fix all this.
So it's going to print a spreadsheet that says this is what it did. So in case I want to go back and say that was wrong.
And it was 2009, okay. I mean, it's obviously a mock-up.
Exactly, a mock-up.
It would have made that mistake, typical Y2K problem.
So you can actually go through your spreadsheets either on a case-by-case basis like this or against an entire directory and actually apply those.
And quickly, Date Migration Wizard, what does that do?
It's used for taking earlier versions of data from Excel and into Excel 98 and doing exactly
All right, so if an old spreadsheet had the problem, you can correct it as
Exactly.
you move it over.
Exactly.
So you guys are providing the fixes.
We are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stu.
All right, well, as always, the internet is a great source of information about Y2K, and in some cases, it's a source of misinformation. Well, to help us sort all that out, we've asked Mike Elgin, editor of Windows Magazine, to join us and to show us some of the good and the bad stuff on the web. I guess it's important to think of the...
I just want to take a second to commend Stuart Chaffee for how he conducts these interviews, because this wasn't broadcast live, but he is very quickly transitioning from one interview to the next, and then also you see how he's making them move faster. It's not to be a jerk or anything. It's they have a specific time frame, right? They have to pay the camera guys, they have to pay the light people. They only have a certain amount of film on their cameras. So he keeps the interview moving along. I've looked at the YouTube comments for some of the other episodes, and there's people in the comments that are like, "Oh, he's so rude," but he's got things to do. Yeah, and that's the other thing is he's the way he conducts the interviews is he is a technical home user, right? So he asks informed questions and the kind of questions that someone that uses this kind of stuff or uses this software or whatever would ask. So yeah, just a shout out to Stuart Chaffee, because you may not notice that when he's he quickly transitioned, he literally stood up, walked over, sat down, and the camera kept rolling. There was no cut there. So yeah.
The internet is a resource because we're talking about stuff that's changing every day, isn't it? You might not want to go buy a book about Y2K issues.
Right. People are discovering a lot and will continue to learn new things all year. So it's a good idea to keep going back to the best websites.
Right. Now, you guys, Win Magazine, you have a very good website on Y2K. Why don't you show us that first, because it's really a kind of portal, if you will, to Y2K problems.
Sure, okay. Our main Y2K page is what we call Y2K Watch.
Okay.
And it's primarily a bunch of links which we think are the best links for people concerned about the PC aspect of the Y2K problem, both on the hardware and software side.
Right, so what kind of links, for example? Where would you send us?
Well, first of all, we've got our Y2K discussion forum. This is where people who are knowledgeable can get together
Trade
with people who
information
are
about
looking
what
for information.
problems they found, et cetera.
Exactly. It's a discussion area. This is brand new, and this will get more and more rich information in there as we go on. Another thing that I emphasize, I want everybody to read this article. It's by Fred Langa. It's the single best article about finding and fixing Y2K problems with a personal computer.
No, I'm curious. We got to go to winmag.com on the archive.org. This site is faster than Facebook. I can't read the URL. Winmag.com. Let's see if we can find the homepage, or this page with the Y2K watch. So 1999. November 18th, 1999. Let's see. Is there a version from 1900? That's funny. Okay. Unfortunately, a lot of the images aren't loading, which is unfortunate. I said it was unfortunate. This, I think, was specifically a... Yeah, it could have been from too long ago. Enhanced. No, that's why I'm looking really close. I'm trying to find the URL. So like /people and then someone's name, year 2000 default. So like this is their page or something like that. This looks updated though. Like, so this episode is from 1999, but it was the first episode of the season. So it's very possible that maybe it was like early 1999. Let's try like March 1999. Yeah, I'm welcoming Gokai. I don't have a lot of experience with Tailwind. This looks closer because it's CMP.NET, the technology network. Oh, I think we're there. Okay. Y2K Watch. This is it. I found it. Yes. The impending year 2000 crisis, affectionately abbreviated as the Y2K crisis, has its roots decades earlier when programmers standardized on a 2-digit year. Thus, computer assumes the first 2 digits of the year are 19. These programs can't handle a date after 1999. This may sound like a small problem, but it's actually the biggest crisis the high-tech sector has ever faced. Fascinating.
Last article about finding and fixing.
Are you ready? This is it. Are you ready for January 1999? Programmers didn't learn their lessons. It's so funny, and it's true. It's true. Fascinating. I think it's like the archive, the Wayback Machine, the archive.org is a fantastic project. The fact that we can like look at these websites as a snapshot in time is amazing.
Y2K problems with a personal computer, with you and your own computer. And this is different from a IT administrator who needs to worry about the whole company.
Right. So lots of resources at your website. And how do I get there? What's the URL?
It's winmag.com.
Okay.
And then just click on the Y2K link.
All right. Now, the government has some websites up there too, right? To theoretically help us out.
That's right.
And I've never used Keychron, Carlos, but this one is from Royal Cluj. It's not, I mean, I don't have a lot of mechanical keyboards to compare it to, but I like this one. I don't know of low-profile ones, but you can look on my gear page. You can see the different keyboards that I've used, but I don't know anything about Keychron.
They're providing a lot of information, and actually some of them have been based on President Clinton's initiative to solve the Y2K problem. And so this is the presidential Y2K conversion site. And there's a lot of information. These links go into all kinds of private and
sort of business-oriented kind of stuff.
That's right.
We have to do y2k.org on the archive. Is it www.y2k.org? I mean, it's some pretty good web design for the year 1999. Look at this. They don't have any snapshots back from 1999, though. I mean, I don't think it was a non-issue. I just think, like, it was potentially overblown, but it was still an issue. So this is a capture from the year 2003. And it's empty. Oh, it tried to launch a pop-up. Not found. It did remove the www. Oh, you're totally right. It is .gov. Yeah. You're totally right. Thank you. www.y2k.gov. I don't know why I put org. Yes. Okay. I can't see the year though. Y2K Clearinghouse. I need to go here. Yeah. That's my question too. What is a clearinghouse? I mean, to infer from what they showed, it's like a combination of other resources all doing the same thing. It's a bank thing? But why is it on the site about Y2K? I don't know. Let's go look at y2k.gov from October 13th, 1999. What's this one? That's the one I got. I'm doing it. Oh, they have a text-only version and a graphic. Let's go to the text-only version. Ooh, they got a drop-down to visit pages. Wait, is this a... Okay, this is interesting to see how this even works, because if I choose a page like Y2K Rumors and click Go, that can't be JavaScript, right? Yeah, so it was a back-end logic that was going to do that. A Perl script running on a server. Wait, where's the countdown? 100 days to Y2K? But yeah, so this is a form submission, so there's no JavaScript here. When you click Go, it makes a GET request against that Perl script. It's not too late to start. What's this one? A resource guide for small organizations. Fascinating. Okay.
Right, especially for business owners, people worried
People
about
doing business with the government. And so
That's
on.
right, legal issues,
Okay.
some of the heavier stuff.
How about from the consumer point of view?
The government has a consumer-based Y2K site that's full of lots of information, and will answer just about any question that that people have from different departments.
Should I be
of the
worried about
government.
Social Security? Should I be worried about this and that?
Exactly, insurance and on and on.
All right, now there's another site I know you really like, another independent site. It was Y2000, is it?
Yes, it's Peter DeJager's site. Now, Peter was the original Y2K guy who was out there telling everybody.
Right.
And this site's been up for years, and he's built this huge database of information, and he's attracted all the experts. So this is an excellent site.
Year2000.com.
That's a good URL.
Now, what about all these people who are saying the world's going to come?
That's a good URL. Year2000.com. Yeah, it was cool. Like,
that's a good URL.
fascinating.
And he's attracted all the experts. So this is an excellent site.
Year2000.com.
That's a good URL.
Now, what about all these people who are saying the world's going to come to an end, the planes won't fly, the power won't work, the ATMs won't work? There are sites up there that are just spreading all kinds of horror stories. I mean, where do you go if that's sort of your perspective on this?
Well, there's a good site that I want to show you here. Now, this is a relatively mild site called the Cassandra Project.
Okay.
Now, this is for practical information on how to survive any sort of power outages and so on.
What happens if the ATM doesn't work, right?
Exactly.
The water stops flowing.
Make sure you have water, make sure you have heat, and so on. There's also some constructive information about community projects to make sure the neighborhood is working together on
this. This is CassandraProject.org.
That's right. Now there's of course, some other sites that are
some pretty wild things out
right,
there.
Right. They, get a gun and some water, move to Montana, and hide in a hole somewhere. I think that view, by the way, is unnecessary. I don't think that's.
But this is sort of general preparation, just in case bad things happen.
Exactly.
Now, you said, Mike, I want to ask you. I always put you on the spot because you spend all your time with this stuff. What is your view? I mean, I know people who say, I'm going to the hills with a gun.
Sure.
Other people say, I'm getting on a plane January 1, doesn't bother me. What do you think?
Well, I think there are likely going to be some problems. There are going to be smaller problems. Hospitals are going to have to deal with some specific issues. Planes are not going to drop out of the sky. This is not going to happen. There may be delays. There may be some unpredictable things, but overall, it's not the end of the world.
No. Well, we hear about the embedded chip problem. And hey, yeah, you can fix all this old COBOL language, but what about all the hardware stuff that's embedded in all these things?
Well, that's really the biggest problem because you just can't run a Microsoft patch to fix these things. It's all embedded in hardware, and there's some unpredictability. Some of these chips are decades old, so nobody really knows what's going to happen. But overall, all these problems are fixable. Everything is solvable.
Are you going to buy some extra food and get some extra cash?
I'm going to make sure. I live in New York. I'm going to make sure I have heat. But I don't think there'll be anything beyond maybe a couple of days of power outages and phone down.
Personally, I would have. I mean, I'm always somewhat prepared. Always have a good cache of food. I try to always have cash on me. I think especially since the pandemic happened. I remember just going to the grocery store and seeing shelves that were completely empty. Now, they were only completely empty because people were panicking and just overbuying and overstocking. But it also was a really eerie feeling to walk into a grocery store and not see any cans on the shelf. I think that sparked a lot of it put a lot of fear into people and got people to really start preparing and stuff like that. Yeah. Having cash is very frowned. Yeah, most places, even where I live, most people use credit card to pay or card to pay for everything, even debit card. You can still use cash. I mean, I think also early pandemic, a lot of places stopped using cash because there was a coin shortage and a cash shortage because nobody wanted to be trading things that they had touched. I don't know. Yeah. Water is more important than food. Yeah, I've thought about that too. I don't have an extensive water storage place, but yeah. Okay, I digress. Let's keep watching. Ready for any nuclear disasters as long as there is still internet. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. I've had conversations with my partner just about having a hard drive a hard drive that has movies and books and just various resources. What if we didn't have internet? So I've done that kind of prepping as well. So yeah, man emerges from 14 years after Y2K scare. Is this real? After being away from society for 14 years, Norman Feller is most impressed with KFC's Double Down sandwich. This has to be the Onion. What? Why would they? What? In this touching documentary, Peter visits with Norman to learn more about his unbelievable decision to live underground. All right, we've got just a couple more minutes.
One other Y2K program which is very good, but which we didn't have time to cover during the show. This is it. It's called IntelliFix 2000. It's a terrific all-in-one solution that solves hardware and software problems. If you're running a business on your PC and Y2K is really important to you, you might want to check out IntelliFix 2000. Cost is only $79. Now for my pick of the week. One of the hot...
It's only $79. I think software pricing was way different back then, especially because you had the like the distribution costs. Like you had to print the box, print the discs. Yeah, I guess these days because of like digital delivery, people do not want to pay as much money for software. Yeah. in 19 yeah, so let's do cost conversion year calculator, I guess. I don't know. That's $140 in today's money. How did you find that? What should I search? It's called inflation calculator. Let's see. $79 in 1999 is $131.40. It's called inflation. That's funny.
New uses of the internet is for listening to audio. Sites like broadcast.com, where you can listen to radio stations, and sites like MP3, where you can listen to and download CD quality music. But one of the fastest growing uses of audio in general is books on tape. And there is a website and an audio player designed specifically for spoken word audio. This is the player right here. It's called the Audible. It's a solid-state audio player. You can listen to this using headphones that come with it.
This is Audible.
It's a solid-state audio player. You can listen to this using headphones that come with it. You can use the included stereo cassette adapter if you want to listen in your car radio. To download an audiobook, you log on to the
Audible. No way. Okay, this is literally audible.com. But they had a physical device for listening to books. Fascinating. Is it the same Audible company?
Audible.com website. You can select from thousands of available books, and the cost for the books is about half the price you would pay for the cassette version of the same book on tape. I've downloaded the John Grisham novel Testament, so let me plug this in and you can hear what it sounds like.
I had 3 families, 3 ex-wives.
Now, you can automate the download process by scheduling feeds in the middle of the night if you'd like, and if the book is longer than the memory capacity of the player, the software automatically updates the...
It's like 16 kilobit MP3. Kilobits per second. You can hear every word. It's funny that they're talking about you would leave it to sync overnight because it would take a really long time to download. That's really funny.
Player and replaces sections you've listened to with new sections. Now, the player itself lets you skip forward or backward a chapter or to another book for that matter. It also lets you insert bookmarks so you can easily go back to a certain favored place in the book. The Audible comes with a simple docking station like this, which plugs into your serial port. This also acts as the battery charger. The cost for the player is about $200. You can get it for $99 if you agree to buy a minimum number of books online. That's it for this edition of the Chronicle.
the 2038 problem. We've got 16 years to figure it out, so no, it's okay. It's okay. It's like that's the what people can compare it to. There were some people in the chat that had never heard of the Y2K bug, which is crazy to think about. But I mean, there are people that were born after the year 2000 that are like they're in college. I mean, they're humans too. But it's crazy to think that they had never heard of the Y2K bug. Yeah.
Purchase a videotape copy of today's program. Call toll-free 1-888-310-7850. Please specify the show number and the topic.
Next week on the Computer Chronicles, we'll take you to Los Angeles for the annual Excellence in Software Awards, the Codies. Actor Robert Urich, comedian Rondell Sheridan, and former Apple CEO Gil Amelio join us as we honor the best new computer programs of the year. The Codies, next week on the Computer Chronicles.
Great. So I think we're going to watch one more before I go. People voted, and they wanted to see this episode of Bits and Bytes. I mean, it's another 27-minute episode. We're going to watch the first 10 minutes, and if it's not funny or interesting, I think I'll end it there. Oh, and I wasn't making fun of you, Chula Chula. I was just, was I? I don't think I was. Or anybody, like, old enough to remember the Y2K bug. I mean, we have a lot of people here that are older, that were fixing the Y2K bug and stuff back then. Yeah. Okay. So I haven't watched this one. I only found it. But this is another TV show. This one's actually from Canada. It's called Bits and Bytes. Similar, I guess it's similar to the Computer Chronicles. I might have seen some clips from this. No. I think I'm thinking of like a BBC show. Oh well, we'll see. This one is about computer languages.
Hello, welcome to Bits and Bytes. In this episode, we're going to look at various types of computer languages. First, the languages that we speak when we program the computer.
Thanks, Oscar. This is the issue we ran into today. Dang. This PR makes it actually send the headers. Man! We debugged that for like 30, 45 minutes today. And all they did was just add the headers to the options object. Well, okay. I was trying to figure out if I could zoom in more on this, but I think this size of this video is as good as it gets. So, here we are.
Programming languages, and then the language that the computer itself speaks, machine language. After that, we'll see how programming languages are translated into machine language by a means of interpreter or a compiler. We're also going to examine Logo, a computer language especially designed for children. But we'll start with examples of 3 of the most common programming languages, and Billy Van will examine each of them in turn.
Oh, here's one that looks a lot like the program I wrote the other day. I see the words print, go to, if, then, input.
Yes, that's the same programming language we used in an earlier episode. It's called BASIC, Beginner's All-Purpose Symbolic Instruction Code.
That's quite a mouthful.
but it means exactly what it says. It's a general-purpose language for beginners.
Shall I run it?
Sure.
Okay.
And we have to pause to give a shout out to Dr. Daniel Schiffman. Yeah. So if you look at the Coding Train's recent YouTube videos, it's all about programming in BASIC on an actual Apple computer. So definitely check out his videos. And I do believe he released a course on programming in BASIC on Nebula. The nebula.tv. I don't know if you can look through it without signing up. Honestly, it would be fun to have. Yeah, I'll have to reach out. It would be fun to do a React video where we watch some of this old stuff just to hear what he has to say about it. I don't know how to find his course, but I do believe he has a course on programming in BASIC on Nebula.
This video is...
Oh, it's Curiosity Stream. Never mind. Is that the same thing? Oh, well. Yeah. Quick aside. All right. Let's keep going. And actually, I need to update the current video command. Okay, here we go.
Oh, that's pretty. It's a nice pattern being formed here. Now I'll take a look at the language on this computer. Oh, my goodness, that's very short. There's a lot of symbols here I don't understand, though.
This programming language is quite tricky to learn, but it's very concise and compact. Just a few instructions can get the computer to do a great many things. It's really a set of very elegant mathematical notations.
Well, what's it called?
APL. That just stands for a programming language.
And what does it do?
This one is for teachers. It'll put the students' marks in ranking order. Type in a few numbers to represent marks and you'll see.
Okay. Let's see, what will students get in examinations? So we'll say 95. 98. 76.
How did you do in French?
12. 65.
That's comedy.
5. Oh, boy, that is really fast. And all that in just a short program.
It certainly doesn't waste any words. Contrast it with the language on the next computer.
Oh, this one goes on and on.
In fact, what you're looking at is just part of a program. The complete listing is on the printout.
Oh, look at all of this. But you know, it looks a lot more like English than APL does. Add discount to invoice discount.
So we have to mention the recent news about Elon Musk asking Twitter engineers to print out their code. That used to be a thing, though. Like a long time ago, I don't understand why Elon would think it's a thing to print out your code and bring it to a code review. That had to be like a joke, right? I don't know.
Total and net to invoice, net total.
You're right, it is. What you lose on length, you gain on ease of reading.
So this is another language for beginners.
Oh, no, not at all. It's mainly for business. That's why it's called COBOL, Common Business-Oriented Language. Actually, it's the most widely used business language for computers in the world. You see the effects of COBOL every day. Every time you get a computerized bill, receipt, or a statement, it's nearly always been prepared by a program written in COBOL.
Oh, really? I never knew that. Shall I run this program?
You can if you like, but I have to warn you, all it does is print out a lot of bills.
No, well, we all get enough of those. I think I'll pass on it. So let me see now. BASIC is for beginners and general use. APL is for mathematical calculations, and COBOL is for business. Are there many other programming languages?
There are hundreds of them, but these are 3 of the most common ones that people can speak when they talk to the computer. But the machine itself, at its innermost level, speaks another language altogether.
Aha, bits and bytes again. We talked about that earlier in the series.
We talked about some of it, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about COBOL, but it is definitely still used in places. Probably in like a lot of mainframes and banking. It's used a lot, yeah. I mean, that's why, like, if you've ever watched Fireship's channel on YouTube, like he jokes about if you learn COBOL, you'll be rich, you'll make a lot of money, because there's a lot of like older programs and systems that need programmers, need maintenance, and they can't find anybody to write COBOL. So yeah, that's crazy. By 2019, the number of COBOL programmers was shrinking fast due to retirements, lending to an impending skills gap in business and government organizations which still use mainframe systems for high-volume transaction processing. Efforts to rewrite systems in newer languages have proven expensive and problematic, and has the outsourcing of code maintenance. Thus, proposals to train more people in COBOL are advocated. Yeah, and I guess the pandemic added to the shortage of COBOL programmers. To me, it just sounds not fun, because like the way you debug these systems and trying to wrap your mind around systems that were written 20 years ago, it seems like a lot of work. Like it's probably worth the pay, but I don't want to do it. Yeah, and like that's the other thing is like moving it to a new system. Like what are you going to use that is going to stand the test of time? Because it doesn't seem like Node and React are going to stand the test of time. I don't know.
the bits and bytes, the ones and zeros, are like an alphabet that the computer uses. It also has a special way of organizing the switching on and off of its circuits. It has a grammar and a syntax all of its own, which is called machine language.
Well, how does machine language work exactly?
I'll give you a very simple example. In any of the programming languages, or as they're also called high-level languages, you can give the command print 2 plus 3. When this is translated into machine language, you get this in binary code, which is rather a lot to translate print 2 plus 3. But what it's actually saying in machine terms is this: load the accumulator with number 2, clear the carry, add with carry the number 3, then jump to the print subroutine.
What a rigmarole just to add a couple of numbers. And this is the only language that the computer really uses.
That's it. And it's very different from high-level language.
So how can the computer understand BASIC and APL and so on?
It can't unless you give it a special program to translate from these high-level languages into machine language. Let's have a look at how this works.
In the early days of computing, there was a language barrier between computers and humans because you had to use machine language if you wanted to talk to the computer, either in binary code or its exact English equivalent. This was very slow and laborious. Every time a generalist wanted to tell the computer to print something, or make a decision, or repeat an operation, he had to break every statement down into tiny electronic steps. The same for the mathematician who had to translate all his math symbols into long-winded computer talk. And even the businessman who just wanted to do payrolls and inventories and make out bills to his customers had to spell everything out in nitpicking machine language. But eventually, after a number of years, people began to realize that they were translating the same fundamental ideas into machine language over and over again. So they made lists of the instructions and symbols and procedures that each of them used most frequently, and they called these lists high-level languages. For example, BASIC for generalists, APL for mathematicians, and COBOL for businessmen. And then they prepared automatic dictionaries, which, just like English-French dictionaries, contained a list of all the vocabulary of the particular high-level language in one column with its machine language equivalent in a second column. Then, whenever someone wanted to use a key word or symbol or procedure in the high-level language, this dictionary would look it up, find out what it meant in machine language, and pass this on to the computer. These dictionaries, which automatically translated from a high-level program into a low-level machine language program, were in fact themselves programs, translator programs. And as soon as translator programs came into existence, people no longer had to speak machine language if they didn't want to. They could speak much more convenient languages such as BASIC or APL or COBOL or Fortran or Lisp or Pascal or Forth or any of hundreds of other specialized high-level languages that have developed over the years.
Yeah, it's funny that Cornorsis mentions that. Then you have high-level languages calling other high-level languages. I mean, yeah, so to think about TypeScript, the TypeScript compiler, I do believe, is written in TypeScript. And then they use the TypeScript compiler on the TypeScript compiler source code to turn it into JavaScript. And then they run that JavaScript program to turn that TypeScript into JavaScript. So yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, I heard you like TypeScript. And Golang is written in Go. I mean, that's the case for a lot of compilers, though. Like, the compilers are literally written using the language itself. Like, the C++ compiler is written in C++. And then to get the latest version, you compile the compiler with the old version to get a new compiler binary, and then you compile the new code with the newer compiler to get all of the latest benefits of the compiler. Yeah, that's a thing. It's funny, so this episode, it says it's from 1983. So this definitely would have been before HTML or anything like that. It is funny to think that, like, they thought this number of programming languages was a lot, because now there are so many more. Yeah.
The language barrier between computers and humans had broken down.
But have we really broken through the language barrier? I mean, BASIC isn't exactly ordinary English.
No, not exactly. And you'll probably never be able to talk to the computer in ordinary English because human languages are full of ambiguity, and that's one thing the computer can't cope with. But there's a programming language that's much more natural for us than BASIC. Go
Is it Python? Python, right? Python?
over to the Texas Instruments computer. You'll find that the translator program for this language is contained in that black cartridge. It's another form of ROMPAC.
Logo, what does that stand for?
Nothing, it's just a name. Put the logo around.
It says, I would never use natural language to talk to a computer. Yeah, I don't think programmers ever will, but I think, like, getting non-technical people to create programs would require some kind of natural language processing. And it's logo. That's fun. So, let's find it on Wikipedia. Yeah, it's the one with the turtle. It's the one where you can make using basic commands, you, like, control where the turtle is going. You can also, like, make drawings with it. I mean, this is another thing that Mr. Schiefman has talked about over on the Coding Train. And I think, like, he made a basic version of this using P5JS or something like that. Oh, he might have had a guest speaker talk about Logo too. But yeah, I think this was the first programming language for a lot of people back in the day. Especially, like, if you were a kid, like, learning to program, It's like easy to do graphics and stuff. Like this would be the equivalent of like P5.js these days.
Unpack into the computer.
Okay.
You see, the basic translator program is already built into the ROM memory of this computer. And you've just added logo, so now you have a choice between 2 high-level languages.
Okay, so I'll press 2.
Mm-hmm.
Now what?
Type tell turtle.
Tell turtle?
Let me explain that Logo is a language developed mainly for children. You start off by drawing pictures with something called a turtle.
Okay. Oh, that little triangle, is that the turtle?
That's the turtle. Now tell it to draw something. For example, a square.
All right, draw a square. What's going on?
Don't forget that for the computer, you have to define everything step by step. But at least in this case, the computer talks to you in a very natural way.
Okay. All right, turtle, now I have to get you to draw a line to start, so... Now, how would I do that?
You could discover all this by trial and error. But to save time, I'll tell you that to make the turtle move, you can either type forward or back.
All right, forward. Oh, wait a minute. It didn't move at all. What more should I tell it?
You didn't tell it how far to move. This time, tell it to go forward 30 units.
Forward 30. Oh, it did it, right. Now, I'd like to get it to draw a line to the right. How would I do that?
First, you make the turtle turn to the right, then you make it go forward.
So I just type right.
Now that's too vague. Computers can't tolerate vagueness, even in Logo. How many degrees do you want the turtle to turn?
Well, actually, I'm going to attempt to draw a square here, so it'll be 90 degrees. Type right 90. Oh, I see. And now, forward 30.
Good.
And just continue on.
Slick typing skills. The hunt and peck is real. Yeah. So to me, like this is a little bit confusing because at this point the turtle is facing to the right. So I would have thought down 90, but it's always relative to like where the turtle is. Was always right 90. But yeah. Oh, the other thing I was going to say, I feel like it's really forward thinking of the people that made the show to make the woman be the expert basically, and then the man is like doesn't know how to do these things. Now, not to say that women don't know anything, just that a lot of shows, like if you look at the Computer Chronicles, there are very few women ever shown as like guests or anything like that, and that's just like the nature of the industry. But it's super interesting that this is from 1983, and the woman is in the expert's position and the man is in the person learning's position. So that is pretty interesting to see. It's by TV Ontario is where this aired. So, yeah. In the old times, coding was a women's job. Yeah, and I'm not saying this to say that like women aren't smart. I'm just saying if you compare it to a lot of the other media that is out there, especially around this time. Yeah.
There we go.
Is that true, Jicom Gaming? That's interesting to know. I mean, I guess I did know, and I've read, and like what people are saying that like women were the original computers. Like during I guess like World War II, the term computer was literally reserved for a human, typically a woman human that was doing the computation. Yeah. Cool, but this is 1983. This is after that. Is all I'm saying.
Is this a program?
No. Those are direct commands. The computer won't remember that. To start programming in Logo, you tell the computer to draw square, or simply to square. But you must start with the word to, T-O.
We can actually do Logo. Let's draw a square with Logo. It's only right. Forward 30, please. Do I have to capitalize it? Nope. Right 90. Forward 30. Right 90. Forward 30. Right 90. Forward 30. Nice. Forward 100. 1000. Oh, he wrapped around the screen. Wow. Fill green. Look at this. Don't know how to green. That's funny. Cool.
Oh. Okay. 2 square.
You see, you're now in the programming or editing mode.
Well, does that mean I have to type forward 30, right 90, forward 30, right 90 all over again?
No, you can condense that into one line, and you won't need line numbers either.
Oh, terrific. How do I shorten it?
First, press Enter, then...
So the reason that's relevant, and I learned this from watching Schiffman's video about BASIC, is when you're writing BASIC, you actually include the line number in every line of code. We can see an example in like his coding snake video.
This video?
But it's like, yeah, so every line of code you write, you have to put the line number first. And so typically what you would do is you would say line 10, 20, and then 30, because that gives you like 10 lines of space in between every other line if you need to go back and like add a line or modify a line. So that's why the comment she just made, which was you don't need line numbers, is in Logo you don't have to put the line numbers, you just type it. All right, I'll do that. Oscar's telling me to go program some Logo. Star. Oh, it creates like you have a full area to write your program down here. That was quick. Whoa! Clear screen. Whoa! This is Failed Basic by Alka. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing is like if you're writing BASIC in Visual Studio Code, you wouldn't have to put the line numbers and then you could just have a post process that puts the line numbers in afterwards. You've got Pi, you've got X, Y, and Z, partially written by Copilot. That's fascinating. What does this program do? I don't know. Let's just watch 5 more minutes of this and then I'm gonna go.
Tell it to repeat forward 30, right 90 4 times. Type repeat 4. Now in brackets, forward 30, right 90.
Okay.
Just real quick, I missed that comment from Jicon Gaming who says they were in college in 78 and it was 6 men and 20 women in their class. Wow. I won't say what year I was in college, but there were 40 men and 1 woman, one woman in the class when I went to college.
Is that all?
Yes. You've now written a program in Logo that tells the computer how to draw a square. See if it works. Press the function key and 9 to leave the programming mode.
Okay.
Type CS to clear the screen. Type tell turtle and the word square.
Tell turtle square, okay. Oh. Well, that's all very nice, but where does it take us?
Ah, but this is only the beginning. One of the many good things about Logo is that once you've taught the computer how to do something, it remembers it. And you can build on that to do more and more complicated things. I'll give you just one very simple example. Type CS again to clear the screen. Now type this. Repeat 8 and then, in brackets, write 45 square.
Okay. Oh, look at that. Well, that's terrific. So Logo is a good way to get geometrical patterns.
It's a lot more than that. It's also an excellent way to teach geometry to young children, not to mention physics, law.
Yeah, that was cool. I think this program does something similar, right? So square, repeat forward, length, right 90. So that's like a function called square. Pick a random color, and then 36 times, give me a random color, a square, turn, and then repeat. So like, this constantly gives us cool little squares. It's a spirograph, yeah.
Logical thinking, problem solving. In fact, some people claim that it's a way to get children to think about thinking itself.
The language of a human being is essentially the texture of his life. One of the components of the Logo environment is the Logo computer language. And this computer language is the only one right now that has been specifically designed in order to take into consideration the way people think and the way children learn.
Oh, it should be easy. No, that should be hard.
Logo is first and foremost not a computer language. Most people are addressing their comments on Logo at the level of the technical features of the language. The people who developed Logo don't see it primarily as a language. They see it as an educational philosophy.
Now he's gonna go up there.
Some of the important ideas that we have tried to implement in Logo came from one of our masters, Professor Jean Piaget. I think everybody recognizes today that Piaget made some very keen observations on the way children grow and how their intelligence develops. What is important in Logo is that the child is in control of the development of his own intellectual activity.
The kids decided they wanted to name the turtle, so they named him Apple Dumpling, and then the first thing we did was make our stuffed apple dumplings that are all over the ceiling. Because the children have a lot of say in the kinds of things that we do, I gave them the option of using their creative language writing period to write about apple dumpling. We have to learn how to write creatively and so on, but if we can make it more fun, so much the better. Craig, could you?
There's an ad right now. I'll wait for the ad to finish, and I think we'll go on a raid. We'll finish this next week, so I think we'll pick a day next week where we just do tech videos, the whole stream. So we can finish out this video, and there's just so many more videos for us to explore. This computer glossary one was like, I found this one is fascinating, because it's like a video glossary that has various computer terms in it. That'll be fun to watch. I don't know. I think like Logo is still a thing, right? Like if you look at their Wikipedia, does it link to their actual website? Don't know. DuckDuckGo does not know how to handle that. Logo influenced the creation of a small programming language. Wait, it did not say that, does it? Logo More is an open source online 3D logo interpreter based on JavaScript and P5. Yeah. Whew. Cool. Ads should be over now. This has been fun, everyone. Next week, we're going to finish this episode of computer languages. It'll be cool to see. I'll have to research, like, it's very possible that Bits and Bytes has a bunch of other episodes on archive.org, so we can watch those as well. Cool. These will be interesting because this is the stuff from Xerox PARC, which, if you know the history of Apple, they got a lot of their ideas for like graphical user interface and like a mouse and Ethernet. They got all of those ideas from Xerox PARC, so these will be interesting videos to watch as well. Cool. I'm gonna head out. If you want to stay up to date on when I go live, definitely join the mailing list. I will not be live tomorrow. And see you later, Paolo. Thanks for being here. I won't be live tomorrow here, but I hopefully will be live over on my personal channel. The plan is to do an IRL stream, just walking in the snow. Like, it's snowing right now, and it's going to keep snowing, and there's going to be a whole lot of snow tomorrow, so it'll be fun to do a stream where I just walk around and we see the snow everywhere. So definitely follow my personal channel if you're into that. I don't think I have a temperature command. And actually, if and when you sign up on the mailing list, there is a section you can sign up for to get notifications for my personal channel if that's something you're interested in. Okay, let's go on a raid. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. You can also come up with your own raid message. Big thanks and shout out to everybody today that followed, everybody that subbed. Thanks to all the raids. Appreciate you all. Thank you. We'll see you next week. So, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.